two-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Bouchel. Pressure coming. Throws. And it is caught for the two-point play. Dante Pettis.
That's a wrap on the preseason for the Bills as they bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter where Shane Bouchel led a game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, the leading rusher and receiver with 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions for 49 yards. Tyler Bass also made every kick, 2 for 2 on field goals and 2 for 2 on extra points. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuck officially asks out of Winnipeg. And around the NFL, the Ringer's Tom Pelissero reports that the Brown County District Attorney has formally charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. The Packers, they signed Jonnu Smith, formerly of the Steelers, to a 1-year deal. The Lions coach, Dan Campbell, said Isaiah Pacheco is dealing with a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain. The Colts activated Alec Pierce, dealing with that ankle injury from the active PUP list. And the Seahawks, they signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Happy Friday. Football Friday.
Victory Friday?
Sure. Victory Friday.
They did go 3-0.
Unstoppable. What did they do in last year's preseason?
Did they had a streak that has ended in one of the last couple of years. I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know.
Bears. Didn't they get killed by the Bears?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I remember them getting killed by the Bears.
So they were not undefeated.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Who cares?
This time next year, we'll say, well, they do less preseason. And maybe
I'll
we'll
barely remember that they went 3-0.
But good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. Good for Shane Bouchel.
Mm-hmm.
Good for Skylar Bell. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe on this beautiful Friday, headed for a beautiful weekend, getaway day for Joe's off the next couple weeks, right?
Yep, I got a couple weeks of paternity leave coming
in
up.
time.
In between, preseason and regular season.
Yeah, just in time. We're waiting for something big to happen while one of us is on vacation. The day before you go, Connor Hellebuck issues a statement.
This is a service to everybody. Yeah. I am working to get that deal done by taking days off.
So we'll get to that. That's kind of fun too.
Mm-hmm.
We'll check in with Sal at some point and crank through this Friday. What you got any impressions of yesterday? I got one for you. I got one big one, and it'll shock precisely 0 people to know that it's about wide receivers.
Is it Bell?
It's Bell.
Because Bell was the story for me, and I thought he looked really good. He did lead them in rushing and receiving. Which is nice.
You know what he had? He had a Xavier Worthy game, by the way, which Worthy might have done this 3 times in his life. Run for 20 and catch 5 or 6 passes for not that much, but end up with 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the Xavier Worthy AFC Championship game. Not like Xavier Worthy has the book on that, but whatever.
But he just looked like a receiver who knew how to get open. He was playing backups, so that's
right,
good.
that's
He
right.
is a backup.
Preseason pledge style, but yeah. Did you see anyone saying, well, you know who he looks like?
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
You know who he looks
I wanted
like?
to yell at him, but I didn't.
I also.
It was this morning that I saw it at 4:30 in the morning. So I did not. I'm not gonna hammer him at 4:30 a.m. Let me wait an hour and maybe I'll do it then.
I also wanted to yell at the idea that you know who he looks like. You know who he looks like out there. And then I started watching more and more and more and thought, I see why you say that, and I'll tell you why. we're talking Diggs here. Like, why did some people say? I'll tell you who he reminds me of is Diggs. If I could raise my hand and say why.
Okay.
Because the Bills have a receiver whose entire life isn't based on catch radius. Right?
Sure.
For 2 years, it was all the new guys were tall. And all the new guys were their jump ball winners and your Chase Claypool ideas.
Right.
And, yeah, a guy that's a regular-sized receiver that's also, like, using the full field.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Stephon Diggs did. That's Skylar Bell's not Steph Diggs, of course.
And there's a less than 1%, 5%. There's a very, 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 very low percent chance that he would ever become that.
He's a regular-sized receiver. He's a mid to late round draft pick. He had a lot of production in college. Bell did, so he might just be one of these guys where the measurables don't jump off the page. Which was Diggs.
That was Diggs.
Diggs.
Diggs was a 5th round pick.
Right, and he was not like some crazy burner or some crazy jumper.
Mm-hmm.
He was just like, if you throw this guy the ball, you're going to do well.
Yes.
And exceedingly well. He was amazing. He was great at getting open. And, for Bell, backups against Pittsburgh, catching balls from Shane Buechele, getting missed by Shane Buechele on one crossing route. So, not taking too much away. I, the father of the preseason pledge, Joe, saw those comparisons and, like you, bristled. And I became the meme of that woman that drinks the kombucha. I'm like, I don't know. You know what? Sure, fine. I went through the whole emotion, all those emotions when I saw those. I'll tell you who he looks like. Mm-hmm. Because it's just exciting to be intrigued by a guy. When's the last time we were able to do that? Coleman a little bit early. Josh Palmer not even really. But a young guy that okay, we're seeing some stuff here. I guess Coleman gave us that to a point.
Well, part of the point is they don't often draft guys like this, so that we haven't had many opportunities to
That's right.
to be excited about the potential of somebody that they picked in the mid rounds. Like, this could be something because receivers do pop off from the mid-rounds all around the league. Go look at the Jaguars with Parker Washington right now and all the hype that he's getting, and he was a 5th-round pick.
Right.
Like, you just take swings on guys like that, and, yeah, they can hit. And I got no reason to think he can't be that after after one preseason game. I thought he looked really good, and honestly, I don't think I've been as into a receiver prospect could become something that they didn't invest a lot in since probably Gabe Davis was on the Bills. Like as a rookie, right?
Yeah.
Gabe Davis is a 4th-round rookie. And, he looks good at camp. Okay, cool. He's making plays in the regular. He caught the first pass, I think, of his first season, of the Bills. The Bills' first catch of that season, I think, was by Gabe Davis.
I didn't know that.
And then he became a good regular NFL receiver. And can Bell be that? That's not even that high a bar to reach. So, yeah, I'm willing to go that far. I'm not willing to go as far as the Diggs comparison. But I understand, the style points, who he looks like when he is out there succeeding against backups.
Yep.
He doesn't look like Shakir. He doesn't look like some yak specialist. He can do it. I mean, he ran by a defense for a 28-yard touchdown. He also ran over a corner on a catch where he had to come back for. He is not Coleman. He doesn't look like that when he's going up in the air. Right? He looks like, I'm just going to know how to create 3 yards of separation on every route, and then if Buechele can hit me, then I'm going to catch the ball. That's what it looked like last night.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it.
He's got a good number, too.
13.
Yeah.
Stevie Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Gabe Davis.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. So good for them. Anybody else stand out? We got Skylar Bell and...
Beyond that, I mean, the most noteworthy things I think might have been who was playing and who wasn't playing. Because it's tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's 53-man roster cutdowns. Dwayne Carter's out there in the last snap of the game.
Yep.
That's probably not great for him, I think. I brought up with Sally yesterday the idea of Max Hairston playing, but it sounds like he only played just because he had been injured and they wanted to get him some reps.
He did,
more
however,
than it's a battle.
He did, however, have a pretty rough rep.
Yeah.
Miss a tackle, and if you're missing tackles in this defense, my guess is you're not going to be, a starter. But whatever, missed a tackle on Jeremy Bernard. We'll see if that's maybe they think he's a little rusty because the injury. Maybe that's why he did play, right? He's working his way back.
Yep.
But on Hairston,
Oh, and obviously Ray Davis with the muff punt
Ray
creates,
Davis,
creates a conversation.
Had that. Mecole Hardman had another drop. So I feel like he's very much in danger of losing a spot on this roster.
DeMar Hamlin caught an interception that nobody saw.
Right.
Unless you were in the stadium.
You had to be in the stadium. The television did not track it at all. Thrown right to him. Which brought me to, I tweeted this last night, there should be a stat for interceptions like there is for empty net goals. You get 10 interceptions like Hamlin got last night.
Yeah. Thrown right to you?
Thrown right to you.
Right to you.
With nobody around you.
Yeah, there wasn't a Steeler within 10
And
yards.
It's just like an empty net goal because you can say, like, listen, it takes skill to be in position to score an empty net goal. That's right, it does.
Right.
And there's not a goalie. So it's easier. So when you get an interception like that, hey, it's his second interception of the preseason. There are interceptions and there are interceptions. That is fielding a punt on some level. But good for Hamlin.
Yeah.
He's been a depth player on this team for a long time and is probably a lock to make this roster once again. Mm-hmm. So is it asking too much? Is it too nitpicky to say we need an empty net goal interception stat? I mean,
Isn't that why some grade stuff exists? Because a guy won't get as much credit for that on a
that's probably
on a grade than they would on the stat sheet.
That's probably right. That's where PFF graded him a this, and you're like, but he had an interception. Like, yeah, we didn't give any points for that.
Right, he was sitting there.
He just caught a ball that was thrown right to him.
He caught it on his knees, right? Like because there was nobody there and he had time to get back up.
Yeah.
Again, tough to see because preseason for the camera guy too, but we saw it on the replay a little bit.
We did. For Pittsburgh,
the Maryvale graduate,
he
sack.
Got a sack. Good for him.
Destroyed Chase Lunt on that play. So there's some line conversations on the depths of the roster for tomorrow. But yeah, like to me, it was more about you get your Skylar Bell fix, and good for Buechele. He gets some passes and he gets the whole game, even though I think Brady had said it was going to be like a 50-50, and they just ran Buechele out for the whole time. Fine. And then the rest of it, I think, from yesterday is just, okay, who is competing for the last couple of spots on the roster? And who's going to make the 53?
And by last couple, you mean like last two.
Yeah, it might even be as much about practice squad battles.
Yeah.
Like, Frank Gore Jr. versus Ian Wheeler. Like, really down the depths. The punter, I guess, too. Like, who's going to be the punter?
Frank Gore Jr., he had a highlight. I mean, he plants his foot in the ground, makes a nice move, gets down to the 1-yard line.
Yep.
Nice play by him.
Yeah.
So they win. They beat the Steelers, and if you were at the game,
good for them to go for 2. By the way,
good to go for 2. Also good for the Steelers. The Steelers went for 2, right? They were in a spot where they could go for 2. Yep. By the way, if you went to the game, give us a call. I think we can still be in the spot where we're reviewing the stadium experience. Mm-hmm. Like we had the blue and red and an open practice and 2 games. Mm-hmm. And I would imagine it's more than just the same 60,000 people that got in there. So if you were at the game, want to give us a thought on any player, but also on the stadium itself, how is it? If you've gone twice, have you noticed things that they've changed, whether it's the audio or whether it's game presentation or whatever it might be? I mean, I feel like the season will bring with it reviews of what life is like in the new house. But we shouldn't, of course, just ignore that. I mean, the season hasn't even begun yet. So if you were at the game, want to give us a thought on that or a review on that, phones are open for that as well at 803-0550.
The only thing I saw was we had somebody tweet at us that they might have changed the scoreboard and what percentage was getting the replay versus the other auxiliary graphics that they would put on the scoreboard. Like the replay looked bigger. Like the amount of screen they were dedicating to what's actually happening on the field.
So they didn't just instantly build more Jumbotron. They just used more of the screen.
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think it's like Legos where you can just attach it to the side.
Maybe it is.
You think?
I know, of course not. I shouldn't say of course not. Maybe
I was going to say tech these days. Maybe there's something.
Maybe it's some OLED rollable Jumbotron. Just roll it out a little longer.
Rollable Jumbotron.
They've got nice things out there. So, go ahead. Give us a call because the preseason's over. Great moments in preseason history. There was I don't know if the audio of this is out there, but I saw a report that the referee in the Chargers-Rams game, did you see this one? Chargers-Rams game was caught on a hot mic saying Jesus, let's get this over with.
Yes.
A referee in a preseason game. Love it. Love it. It's over.
One of us.
It's over for the Bills. There are still preseason games tonight and tomorrow, but the Bills are done.
Yeah.
They can get on to their regular season plans, and now it's about the Texans. So now, full-on preparation for Houston if they hadn't already started that. And Houston is a pretty serious opponent. Dan in North Tonawanda is going to lead us off. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was at the game yesterday, and the one thing that jumped out to me right away is the Bills definitely heard the criticism about the scoreboards, and especially with retro replay, because the first time I went, they had maybe 25% of the screen being used for the basically video replay and playing live games. They had I guess I'll call it the down and distance bug that took up like a good third of the screen.
Okay.
Yesterday that was gone. They heard the criticism.
Dan, Dan, was your first time the other game, or was it one of the practices?
It was the other game.
Okay.
So yeah, and they basically on the scoreboard now it was like 75% of that display was replaying and live view. So they definitely are trying to accommodate to make people realize that those screens are huge, and they just really the program director definitely should get a round of applause for that one because I thought it was an improvement.
Yeah, the two pictures I saw, especially the taller score screen on one end of the field, it was like the whole left side of the screen all the way like 2/3, maybe even more than that, 3/4 all the way to the right, which that was the screen that I was looking at the open practice. And at the open practice, you had like Bills logos, graphics, stats, whatever on both sides of them. So that screen specifically looks significantly bigger. The other one does look bigger, but it's a shorter, like it's not as tall. So it almost looks like it's more stretched a little bit, but it looks a lot better too. So I think I would agree that they look like, okay, we just adjust this. Like we heard some complaints about that. We can fix it. We just got to adjust what portion of the screen gets this and what gets that. And I feel like the balance I saw in pictures last night was better.
Yeah. The thing I noticed last night especially, the lighting in the stadium is 10,000 times better on the field.
Yeah.
Watching a game now at home, the lights on at night, there are no more shadows. Go back and watch Bills games in the last couple seasons, night games. It looks like an upgraded, like a high school field lighting. It's just not very well lit. It looks dark. Maybe it's the way the turf reflects the lights as well and the grass doesn't. But the game on television at night is a massive, massive upgrade.
Yeah,
so
100% agree.
Huge, huge difference in watching a game.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet that's mostly just, the lights have been significantly upgraded, obviously, from what they were before. And they were also only coming from 4 places.
Right.
And now they're coming from, I don't know what the number is,
the
like
entire,
20?
Right, the entire ring.
Yeah.
All the way around.
Yeah, that's right. That's definitely right.
Big, big difference. 803-0550 if you want to jump in with another thought on the stadium. And I had one more I was going to mention. What on earth was it? It slipped away.
About the stadium or about
yes,
the game?
I know what it was. So Andrew Filipponi of 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, who we talked to yesterday about the Steelers and their season, they were coming up for the game. They drove up, and he gave a review when they were there, like when they just sat down, posted a video online, and it said, "This place is great. How about it? Wow, this is beautiful." And they're thinking about the Steelers next stadium. And on the way out, they were not that impressed. And the biggest complaint they had, or the first complaint they had, was the out-of-town scoreboard is small. Of all the things I think I would never care about at a football game, the out-of-town scoreboard. Everybody has a phone.
Right.
Like, of all the things.
Right.
Oh, I don't know what's going on in the Rams-Chargers game. What? My phone buzzes me if there's a touchdown in that game. I don't need a scoreboard for that. So I thought it was an odd thing to complain about.
Was he playing preseason fantasy football?
Who knows?
What's he need to know what's going on in Rams
They
Chargers
also complained about the lack of televisions, which I did not notice. I think when I was there, I thought there were a solid number of televisions. Way more compared to the old stadium. Like
in the concourses?
Yeah.
Yeah, by a lot.
All right. I like this. More thoughts on how last night's game felt if you were there. Also heard some rumblings or whatever about how loud it was, and given a preseason game, it's a little bit of a preview about what the regular season might bring. Tim in Amherst is up. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Jer. So I'm out walking the dog, and I said I ought to share my thoughts about the game. A couple things. One, being a night game, could not believe how bright it was. Like the TVs, the lights, incredibly, like almost intensely bright. Wish I had like anti-glare glass. The 300s, like especially when the fireworks were going off, it got very hot, very smoky, kind of like it was very crowded, way more crowded than the Saturday game, the Panthers game.
When you say fireworks, they're post-game fireworks, right? You mean those or the ones that like during the game when they score a touchdown?
Yeah, like the mid-game fireworks.
Okay.
That smoke, it hung out for a very long time. And then the only other thing I thought was very interesting, I had a hard time finding a bathroom at times. Like the signage to try to find the bathrooms, I don't know, just it felt to me where you're walking around and said, where are the bathrooms? And they're, again, almost like the food, they're set off the main concourse. Until I realized that it was kind of hard to find a bathroom.
Yeah,
it was very loud. It was very intense, very crowded. Again, chicken parm sub, way to go.
All right.
Nice.
Thanks, Tim. Enjoy the walk.
Is that a consequence of wind confusion? If there's no wind in the stadium, then where does the smoke go?
That's fair. Was it windy in the stadium? I didn't go last night because it was windy outside.
Yeah. I bet the bathroom thing is just learning where they're going to be more than anything.
It might be.
Because I've been in there a couple times so far and have not experienced that, but maybe there's parts of the stadium where it's a little further away. I'm not sure.
It's like when you move into a new house and you're looking for the silverware. What drawer did I put it in? We're changing. In our basement, we are changing. We've got a finished basement and a couple of different rooms, and we are making the choice to move a lot of stuff from one room to the next.
Okay.
Like it's an extra pantry, extra foods down there, boxes of cereal.
Yeah.
So we don't have it upstairs, and we need a new box of cereal because kids are blasting through cereal. We're going to go down and get it. We're moving the rooms. How many years will it take me to go to the right room the first time?
Without
How many years? Yes. How many years? I got to go down and get the Honey Nut Cheerios.
10 years.
10. I am so
The kids
ready.
are going to be approaching college.
They're going to leave. They're going to move out.
Right.
And I'm going to finally have figured out.
You're going to go to it for the first time for the cereal and be like, oh, and then they're going to be like out the door.
Right.
Yep.
Because it'll take forever. We moved into our house and
Is it closer or further away?
The new room is further away. I'm going to have to walk right by them. I'll just.
Oh, that's going to make it even tougher, right?
I'll
Because
just-
if you're walking past the old room,
Yeah.
that's
I'm
going
put
to
my
make it
hand
way
on the doorknob,
way worse.
walk in, and be like, nope, not in here.
Yeah.
In fact,
I mean,
my habit is so strong that when we did our kitchen, there was a discussion on which drawer the silverware should go in. There are two next to each other, and the silverware has only ever been in one drawer.
Yeah.
And I still opened the wrong drawer because I initially thought that would have been the better one for silverware. I still reached to it. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
what will Jeremy
Habits.
correct first? Not giving the toll-free number or walking past the old pantry?
Great question. That's a great question. George in Buffalo. Hey, George.
Hey, quick comment. Last night when I was watching the game, I thought I saw number 14 out there. That Bell looks just like Steph Diggs. Like the way he moves and
Yep.
everything.
Yeah, we mentioned that a little to start the segment that, people make that comparison a little bit, and I do get it. I really do. He's a normal sized receiver that caught the ball, did some good things.
Got open.
Did Diggs ever run a jet sweep ever?
I'm sure he did at least once.
How many rushing attempts did Diggs have in his Bills career?
You want to guess?
I want to say it's
was
less than 5.
Less than 5?
And anyone, like, you'd have to go find them in case there was a screen that went backwards.
He had, with the Bills,
Rushing attempts.
he had 3.
Okay.
They went for 3 yards.
That's why.
Minnesota, he had 29. So he was doing. Hey, listen, early. This is not a 28-year-old, 27-year-old Diggs here. I mean,
Yeah.
Bell's 24. So you're looking at young Diggs. Young Diggs in Minnesota was a punt returner also.
That's right.
And was like a jet sweep guy.
You have to be the gadgety guy, and then they're like, actually, you're too good at catching the ball down the field. We don't have to hand it to you.
Right, exactly. So, I'm just going to be very hesitant ever on Diggs comparisons. And also, I think when you had a guy that was that good at the position, because it's so hard for anybody to ever answer to that, how long is that going to happen for? Is that just going to happen forever? How long were goalies getting compared to Hasek here? Like, oh, well, I mean, nobody ever looked like him playing, I guess. That's maybe a really bad example because no one stylistically played like that. But when you have a guy that was that good, like, okay, Bell might just be pretty good. And if he's pretty good and he plays for the Bills for 4 years, and then they draft another guy in the second round a couple years later that's 6'1", 200 pounds, and he's a good route runner, is ever going to be like, you know who that guy looks like? That guy kind of looks like Diggs. I just don't want to do that forever because,
Well, you say you don't want to do that forever. Meanwhile,
I want a guy to be as good as him, and then that to be the guy that we say they look like.
If you tell me at all times for the next 10 years they got a guy that when he plays, I think, like, it kind of reminds me of Diggs. I think that's a good thing.
But that means to me that they don't have a guy that's as good as that.
It's going to be tough to find a guy as good as that.
All right.
803-0550. One highlight from last night. Did you see the Justin Herbert bomb
I did.
to Quentin Johnston?
Mm-hmm.
65-yard touchdown. It traveled 48 air yards. Now, granted, it doesn't count for real stats, but 48 air yards on the touchdown is further than any touchdown any quarterback has thrown in Mike McDaniel's tenure in Miami or San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a guy that can sling it deep, and he was playing in their third and final preseason game.
Yeah.
Allen's over there with a headset on. Herbert, he got just the first quarter, like one drive, and bombed it and left the field.
Mm-hmm.
803-0550. Are your thoughts on your stadium experience? Let's keep talking about that just because it's still new. First time, second time, what people need to know, what people can be looking for, and Skylar Bell if you want it. We also got to get to, of course, this Connor Hellebuck statement publicly requesting a trade, what it means for the Sabres. Could he really make them uncomfortable? And part of that is, could the Sabres make UPL uncomfortable? That's the next part of this.
Mm-hmm.
What could they do? Because there's a full measure for them if they really wanted to make it ugly and make this move. 803-0550, our phone number. Happy Friday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Intercepted. It's Damar Hamlin with his second interception of the preseason. Back-to-back games with a pick.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Daisy Dips. You had the game last.
Any impressions of yesterday? I got one for you. I got one big one, and it'll shock precisely 0 people to know that it's about wide receivers.
Is it Bell?
It's Bell.
Because Bell was the story for me, and I thought he looked really good. He did lead them in rushing and receiving, which is nice.
You know what he had? He had a Xavier Worthy game, by the way, which, like, Worthy might have done this like 3 times in his life. Run for 20 and catch 5 or 6 passes for not that much, but end up with like 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the Xavier Worthy AFC Championship game. Not like Xavier Worthy has the book on that, but whatever.
He just looked like a receiver who knew how to get open. He was playing backups, so like that's
right,
good.
that's
He
right.
is a backup.
Preseason pledge style, but
Yeah.
but yeah. Did you see anyone saying, well, you know who he looks like?
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
You know who he
I
looks
wanted
like.
to yell at him, but I didn't.
I also.
It was this morning that I saw it at like 4:30 in the morning. So I did not. I'm like, I'm not gonna hammer him at 4:30 a.m. Let me wait an hour and maybe I'll do it then.
I also wanted to yell at the idea that, like, you know who he looks like? You know who he looks like out there? And then I started watching more and more and more and thought, I see why you say that. And I'll tell you why. We're talking Diggs here. Like, why did some people say, I'll tell you who he reminds me of is Diggs. If I could raise my hand and say why.
Okay.
Because the Bills have a receiver whose entire life isn't based on catch radius. Right?
Sure.
For 2 years, it was all the new guys were tall. And all the new guys were their jump ball winners. And your Chase Claypool, ideas.
Right.
And, yeah, a guy that's a regular-sized receiver that's also, like, using the full field.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Stephon Diggs did. That's Skylar Bell's not Steph Diggs, of course.
And there's a less than 1%, 5%. There's a very, 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 very low percent chance that he would ever be on there.
He's a regular-sized receiver. He's a mid to late round draft pick. He had a lot of production in college. Bell did, so he might just be one of these guys where the measurables don't jump off the page. Which was Diggs.
That was Diggs.
It was Diggs.
Diggs was a 5th-round pick.
Right, and he was not like some crazy burner or some crazy jumper.
Mm-hmm.
He was just like, oh, if you throw this guy the ball, you're going to do well.
That's a wrap on the preseason for the Bills as they bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter. Shea Buechele led a game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, the leading rusher and receiver. 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions for 49 yards. Tyler Bass also made every kick, 2 for 2 on field goals and 2 for 2 on extra points. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuck officially requested a trade from the Jets with a statement yesterday. And around the NFL, the Ringer's Tom Pelissero reports that the Brown County District Attorney has formally charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. Packers, they signed Jonnu Smith, formerly of the Steelers, to a 1-year contract. The Lions, the coach Dan Campbell said Isaiah Pacheco, he's dealing with a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain. The Colts activated Alec Pierce, dealing with the ankle injury from the active PUP list. And the Seahawks signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Two-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Buechele. Pressure coming. Throws, and it is caught for the 2-point play. Dante Pettis.
Bills win, rally to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, and finish the preseason 3-0. Roster cuts due Sunday night, 6 p.m., down to 53-man rosters, 17 on the practice squad, and maybe get your final roster, and then it's, of course, not a final roster because you're going to make a lot of moves. So the first 53 cut is due Sunday, 6 p.m. Mm-hmm. Who made a name for themselves last night? Keontae Jenkins, right? Sack on the first play.
Yep.
We don't know how many linebackers they'll keep. Joe Andreessen could be on the outside looking in.
If it's 5, it's probably both of them, Jenkins and Andreessen.
If it's 5. And we don't quite know their numbers. At wide receiver, it's probably 6. I think Trent Sherfield should make it over Mecole Hardman.
Yeah.
But if they do that, punt return duties go to...
Who takes their first punt return of the season?
I'm going to sign me up for Keon Coleman. I mean, they didn't give him that many opportunities, but he has done it before.
Right.
He did it in college. He was good at it in college.
Yeah, he was good at it in college.
Is the only argument against him doing it that they expect him to be on the field so much otherwise? Because...
Well, what's his snap count going to be this year? Is it going to be lower than it's been the last 2 years? His spot is being played by DJ Moore now.
Yeah.
Like, he's playing a different role. I'm not saying he won't be on the field. I'm just saying I'm always on the outside boundary receiver. Like, DJ Moore is going to be that guy. So Coleman is now playing what? The Curtis Samuel role?
I mean, he'll probably get more snaps than Curtis Samuel. Is he not playing the Josh Palmer role, and Palmer's now playing the Samuel role?
Let's see. He played last year's tough because it's impacted a lot by him being injured. But I mean, when he is active, he's often playing like 80% of the snaps. What's that number this year? Is it 60?
65.
I think you can give him 4 punt returns a game. I mean, they've felt comfortable enough doing it with Shakir. While Shakir's been a regular player. Yeah. I mean, have they wanted to do that? It's always been the question, though. Like, did they do the Shakir punt return role because they just felt like he's the only guy that they're comfortable with? That's probably more of it. But I like the Coleman idea because he was good at it in college, and I think it's another way for him to provide value on this team, which I would be looking for if I were looking for ways for him to give me value now.
Yeah, get the ball in his hands.
Wouldn't it be more, do they trust him with the decisions on when to field the ball and whether you're going to be catching the ball? Because
I think you would trust him. He's got a high football IQ from all accounts, but
he has drop problems.
There's no bigger built-in separation than being the punt returner. A lot of separation.
That is true.
50 yards.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like the idea.
The other thing is, like, is that a job where it is so fragile that, like, was Ray Davis going to be the punt returner if he did not field punts last night?
He probably still is, isn't he?
That's what I'm saying. Like, is one play enough to break your plan on that? If your plan going into last night was Ray Davis is our punt returner, so we're going to put him out there again. Oh, no, wait a minute. It hit him in the chest at 50 miles an hour, bounced off right to a Steeler. Okay, I guess that's not happening now. Do you make that decision after one play? It's not like he's been a starter at that or has done it. I don't think he has much experience doing it at all. So that might be a question for Sal, but I just don't know if like one play is enough to break what you were headed for.
While we're at it, who and when did they decide that muffs were real?
Muffs?
Muffing a punt. It's not a fumble, it's a muff. Why? Why did we decide that you can't advance that? Why?
Oh, why the recovering player?
Yeah.
Like what Pittsburgh picks the ball up and they can't just run it in the end zone?
Yeah. How come?
It's a good question. I don't know. Same thing with like onside kicks. No, that's not true.
You can return an onside kick.
Oh, no, but if the kickoff team recovers the onside kick, they can't run with it.
That's right.
Yeah. Why?
Great question. Football and their rules.
I don't know the answers to either of these questions.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Got some games tonight. The Bills are done. 3-0 in the preseason. Next up, Houston. When will the nerves kick in for everybody?
I'm already starting to get him a little bit about. I like that Houston is the week 1 opponent because I think that's one of the teams that would give me that right now. Not winning there in so long, how good the defense is, how bad the Bills' offense looked against them the last 2 years.
Isn't it better for the Bills that they're playing them in week 1 than it is for the Texans? Like, who would want this matchup early in the season? I would think the Bills would. You're going to Houston at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather play Houston in week 1 or in week 10? I think I want week 1. I mean, it's probably the healthiest you're going to be all year. But Houston as a defense, the book on them is basically that they don't do anything exotic. They line up and they smash you, and they're amazing.
Right.
That said, like if I'm the Bills, whatever I've got cooked up, Joe Brady, Pete Carmichael, whatever they're about to do, there's no film on them yet. They might be able to put some new little wrinkles in, the first team that's going to see Josh Allen and DJ Moore is Houston. Houston's very, very good. Don't get me wrong. Their defense is great. But how are they going to use DJ Moore? I don't know. We're going to line up. We're going to play him. And if there's one team that I think might have a little bit of a prep edge, I'd like to think it's the Bills. Just because, again, like the Houston defense gets the same kind of chatter about it that the McDermott defense did, which is they're going to line up. You know what they're going to do. They're going to do it well. And, of course, the Houston defense has that roster, which is pretty nasty. So,
yeah, last year the Bills' offense scored 12 points against them.
Yeah, not too good.
They had a kickoff return touchdown, too. But just incapable of doing almost anything. And, right, the smash you part of it, I guess, why would I expect that to be any different? I guess I'd just be hoping that the Bills' tackles being healthier would be enough of a difference that Allen isn't running for his life on every play.
Healthier, maybe your protection schemes are going to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, though, that I'd rather have it week 1. I'd rather have it right away before there's tape on Moore, and if I know what they're doing, like what's new with their defense, just Clowney.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Everything else they're running back, which is good. Like they have a lot of good, talented players.
They also have Caden McDonald, who they took in the first round, I believe.
That's right, and he's had a good preseason.
He was a guy that we talked a lot for the Bills.
Yep, saw a couple clips of him. So I've got nerves about it because, like, it's a tough start to the year, and the reaction to what the Bills are going to be is going to happen early because they're either going to start slow because they play a bunch of tough teams, or if they have a winning record. I talked about this the other day. If they go 3-2 or 4-1, like, I think confidence will be through the roof with them because not just what they're doing, what the record will be, but because who they're doing it against. Basically, 5 teams to start that you're going to see make the playoffs. You would expect to see make the playoffs. And if they can score in a Houston defense, you're going to feel like they can score in any defense all season.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Not a number.
There it is.
I went to the pantry. I'm going to the wrong pantry. There it is. 803-0550 is the only number.
$10.
Area code 716. That's it.
What happens if you do call that number? Does it like get forwarded to the real number?
Actually,
is there like
it would be funny if it just became a different service and you guys could tell us what it is.
Yeah.
Like, actually, now it's I don't even know. I don't want to speculate.
It's the secret wide receiver train hotline. I don't know.
Now we begin speculation on what the Bills are going to do with their end zones.
Right, and I guess we know what the center of the field's going to be.
Yeah, the logo will be there, but will the end zones be green? Will they be red? Will they be blue?
Is there any chance they just stay the same?
And stay green?
They would change the lettering, right? They're not going to just do white Bills in the end zone. Like, when they put some color in there?
I think that's it's possible. It's possible it's just a green end zone with white lettering. Possible. Is it likely?
The likeliest we think is probably blue.
Yeah, I think so.
That it goes back to what it was.
Yeah.
If you were to rank them in terms of likelihood, is red last?
Behind what colors?
Green. Green and blue.
Blue, I'd say blue, yes, then green, then red.
Okay, so the one I want the most, it's definitely red. But Pittsburgh does it with green, and there's a couple other teams that keep their end zones green.
Yes.
But grass, you don't have to keep green.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all. 803-0550. Sal's going to join us coming up at the 8 o'clock hour. We'll dig into the Connor Hellebuck statement and the Winnipeg Jets statement, because they made one as well through their GM, Kevin Cheveldayoff, and how this could maybe finally move forward for the Sabres and Jets, who had lengthy discussions about a trade, and what the Sabres should ultimately do with it. So we'll get to that. We'll get to Sal and keep cruising here on WGR. Any impressions of yesterday? I got one for you. I got one big one, and it'll shock precisely 0 people to know that it's about wide receiver.
Is it Bell?
It's Bell.
Because Bell was the story for me, and I thought he looked really good. He did lead them in rushing and receiving, which is nice.
You know what he had? He had a Xavier Worthy game, by the way, which Worthy might have done this 3 times in his life. Run for 20 and catch 5 or 6 passes for not that much, but end up with 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the Xavier Worthy AFC Championship game. Not like Xavier Worthy has the book on that, but whatever.
He just looked like a receiver who knew how to get open. He was playing backups, so that's
right,
good.
that's
He
right.
is a backup.
Preseason pledge style, but
Yeah.
yeah. Did you see anyone saying, well, you know who he looks like?
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
You know who he
I
looks
wanted
like.
to yell at him, but I didn't.
I also...
It was this morning that I saw it at 4:30 in the morning. So I did not. I'm not gonna hammer him at 4:30 a.m. Let me wait an hour and maybe I'll do it then.
I also wanted to yell at the idea that you know who he looks like. You know who he looks like out there. And then I started watching more and more and more and thought, I see why you say that. And I'll tell you why. We're talking Diggs here. Why did some people say? I'll tell you who he reminds me of is Diggs. If I could raise my hand and say why.
Okay.
Because the Bills have a receiver whose entire life isn't based on catch radius. Right?
Sure.
For 2 years, it was all the new guys were tall. And all the new guys were their jump ball winners and your Chase Claypool ideas.
Right.
And, yeah, a guy that's a regular-sized receiver that's also, using the full field.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Stephon Diggs did. Skylar Bell's not Steph Diggs, of course.
And there's a less than 1%, 5%. There's a very, 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 very low percent chance that he would ever become that.
He's a regular-sized receiver. He's a mid to late round draft pick. He had a lot of production in college. Bell did, so he might just be one of these guys where the measurables don't jump off the page. Which was Diggs.
That was Diggs.
It was Diggs.
Diggs was a 5th round pick.
Right, and he was not some crazy burner or some crazy jumper.
Mm-hmm.
He was just if you throw this guy the ball, you're going to do well.
Wheeler again, and he takes it in for the touchdown.
Andrew Catalan on the call. Bills win. Come from behind victory against Pittsburgh Steelers. Joe Brady said down 14. We didn't blink.
Oh, there was no. But what was the Tomlin quote about cutting your eyelids
Don't
off?
blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
Yeah.
My line was going to be, I didn't blink because I fell asleep because it's the preseason. No, I watched the game. It was enjoyable.
I fell asleep.
You did?
Yeah, but I've got a 4-month-old that had her shots yesterday, so
They tell you they can get ornery when that happens.
she was upset.
She was ornery?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes. So third and fourth quarter was a little bit of a, I'll watch the highlights back tomorrow morning.
Patrick,
Which I did. By the way, those highlight videos have got like run stops for 2 yards. They really went deep on YouTube last night. I appreciate that.
Patrick in Delaware. Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning, gentlemen. While I probably will not leave you with as fun of a soundbite as my counterpart, Gina from Delaware, I was listening to you guys talk about the end zones, and a friend of mine and I were watching the game last night, and we were talking about it too, so we did some research, and I wanted to give you some stats.
Okay.
There are, I believe, 16 grass fields in the NFL.
Love it.
And of the 16 grass fields, there are only one confirmed and one possible team that paints the entire end zone over the grass. And that's Las Vegas and possibly the Commanders. I think it has something to do with grass being painted on over turf being dyed, and it could look splotchy or whatever.
I got another one for you. I got another one. Baltimore paints their grass.
No, it's green with the words. I live in Delaware. I go to Baltimore every time. I'm pretty sure black words with a gold O in the word Baltimore.
I think
But I'm pretty sure
I think they've used several different paintings of their grass. Baltimore.
fair.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if you're a stats guy, stats are pointing to that it most likely will be green grass with painted words.
I'm looking. You might both be right on Baltimore, or maybe it depends on when, because I've seen pictures of it with green, and then I feel like more recent pictures with it being purple. So they've done both.
With the Commanders, I've seen it red with gold letters, but then I've also seen it with just Commanders written on it.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to put it out there.
likely green then. The Grassalytics.
The Cardinals, I'm looking right now, they have a green end zone with red lettering, but when they do rivalry series, then they paint the whole thing crazy colors.
Is the Patriots end zone green? I think yes.
They have grass.
Yeah.
Theirs is green.
Wait, the Patriots have turf because they. What did they do?
They ripped up the World Cup grass.
Yeah, to put down their own.
To put down the turf because it got rejected and they had to scramble right before the preseason. There are 16 teams that have grass, and I have the list here that their end zones, Kansas City, at times is fully. It looks like it kind of depends. Maybe on even what uniforms they're wearing or on the seasons. Everyone here that I'm looking at has had fully painted end zones, but sometimes they don't.
I think I'm going to go for year one of the grass. They're going to go just green. That's what I've decided. Okay. Just like they're not going to have any concerts. Anybody complain about the grass last night?
I didn't see any.
Were there follow-ups? Were there massive divots? Because week one, there were complaints. Grass radio.
Grass radio.
Are they going to mow patterns into it like they do outfields?
Ooh. Are you allowed to do that? The whole field?
Zuba's grass pattern.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. All right, Connor Hellebuck's statement on the other side. We'll reset the Bills and talk about whether or not this moves the needle. We have the Hellometer. Hell yeah or buck no. For Connor Hellebuck, we'll get our fancy graphics team up and at him. Get Owen in on this. Owen flat out predicted this. Owen yesterday said, he's a guy that tends to throw his weight around. I knew this when he was in the null. And the next day, Hellebuck, statement. All right.
Not even that day.
That day, you're right.
It was that day.
Hours later.
Hours later.
He got it. So we got lots to get to. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Who takes their first punt return of the season?
I'm going to sign me up for Keon Coleman. I mean, they didn't give him that many opportunities, but he has done it before.
Right.
He did it in college. He was good at it in college.
Yeah, he was good at it in college.
Is the only argument against him doing it that they expect him to be on the field so much otherwise? Because
well, what's his snap count going to be this year? Is it going to be lower than it's been the last 2 years? His spot is being played by DJ Moore now.
yeah,
Like he's playing a different role. I'm not saying he won't be on the field. I'm just saying the I'm always on the outside boundary receiver. Like DJ Moore is going to be that guy. So Coleman is now playing what? The Curtis Samuel role?
I mean, he'll probably get more snaps than Curtis Samuel. Is he not playing the Josh Palmer role, and Palmer's now playing the Samuel role?
Let's see. He played last year's tough because it's impacted a lot by him being injured. But I mean, when he is active, he's often playing like 80% of the snaps. What's that number this year? Is it 60?
65.
I think you can give him four punt returns a game. I mean, they've felt comfortable enough doing it with Shakir. While Shakir's been a regular player.
Yeah.
I mean, had they wanted to do that, it's always been the question, though. Like, did they do the Shakir punt return role because they just felt like he's the only guy that they're comfortable with? That's probably more of it. But I like the Coleman idea because he was good at it in college, and I think it's another way for him to provide value on this team, which I would be looking for if I were looking for ways for him to give me value now.
Yeah, get the ball in his hands.
Wouldn't it be more, do they trust him with the decisions on when to field the ball and whether you're going to be catching the ball?
Because
Because
I think you would trust him. He's got a high football IQ from all accounts, but
he has drop problems.
There's no bigger built-in separation than being the punt returner. Dan in North Tonawanda is going to lead us off. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was at the game yesterday, and the one thing that jumped out to me right away is the Bills definitely heard the criticism about the scoreboards, and especially with the red replay, because the first time I went, they had maybe 25% of the screen being used for the basically video replay and playing live games. They had I guess I'll call it the down and distance bug that took up like a good third of the screen.
Okay.
Yesterday that was gone. There was, I mean, they heard the criticism.
Dan, Dan, was your first time the other game, or was it one of the practices?
It was the other game.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and they basically on the scoreboard now it was like 75% of that display was replaying and live view. So they definitely are trying to accommodate to make people realize that those screens are huge, and they just really, the program director definitely should get a round of applause for that one because I thought it was an improvement.
Yeah, the two pictures I saw, especially the taller jump score screen on one end of the field, it was like the whole left side of the screen all the way like 2/3, maybe even more than that, 3/4 all the way to the right, which that was the screen that I was looking at the open practice. And at the open practice, you had like Bills logos, graphics, stats, whatever on both sides of them. So that screen specifically looks significantly bigger. The other one does look bigger, but it's a shorter, like it's not as tall. So it almost looks like it's more stretched a little bit, but it looks a lot better too. So I think I would agree that they look like, okay, we just adjust this. Like we heard some complaints about that. We can fix it. We just got to adjust what portion of the screen gets this and what gets that. And I feel like the balance I saw in pictures last night was better.
Yeah.
two-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Bouchel. Pressure coming, throws, and it is caught for the two-point play. Dante Pettis.
It's a wrap on the preseason for the Bills as they bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter where Shane Buechele led a game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, leading rusher and receiver, with 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions for 49 yards. Tyler Bass also made every kick, 2 for 2 on field goals and 2 for 2 on extra points. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuyck officially has requested a trade from the Jets with his own statement yesterday around the NFL. The Ringer's Tom Pelissero reports that the Brown County District Attorney has formally charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. Packers, they signed Jonnu Smith, formerly of the Steelers, to a 1-year deal. Lions coach Dan Campbell said Isaiah Pacheco is dealing with a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain. The Colts activated Alec Pierce, dealing with that ankle injury, from the active PUP list. And the Seahawks signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Glossed once Jerry and Joe by the national media after our conversation 2 drafts ago with Brandon Bean. Jerry and Joe. Yesterday, we were dubbed as Goober and the Fart by Drew McGarry in his Why Your Team Sucks series. If you don't know this, he writes for Defector, the great Drew McGarry, who I think is very funny, very good.
Much rather be Goober.
I called dibs. I'm Goober. I called dibs on
Goober?
Goober. Dibs. I am Goober. So, what a moment. Roasted by the great Drew McGarry.
Yeah. Why Your Team Sucks?
Yes, the Why Your Team Sucks series. It's
Love
just a
it.
roast
I
of
do
every
love the
NFL
series.
team. It's a roast, I think, of NFL culture and NFL craziness. He's a big Vikings fan. And I actually reached out to our old friend Matthew Collar, who covers the Minnesota Vikings there in Minnesota, because he's on he's friends with Drew McGarry.
Okay.
Because Drew's a Vikings fan, and So anyway, I said, tell Drew we very much appreciate the blast. Goober and the Fart.
Does that come from anywhere? You just probably made that
I
up.
think it's like the old Family Guy had one. I forget what they were called, but whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, good morning. 803-0550.
Why else did he say the Bills suck this year?
For every reason. It's a roast. You're supposed to say it about everything.
Yeah, right.
He has fans write into him, and he takes comments of fans roasting the fans of the team or the this or the that.
Yeah.
So some people read that and get mad because they don't realize that it's a 32-team series, and it's just it's his style. He's great.
Yeah.
So anyway, Goober and the Fart. Good morning from us. We spoke a little about the Bills in the first hour. We'll do that more with you here if you have a thought. We kind of put out a request. If you'd been to the stadium for the first time, give us a ring. Give us your opinions, your thoughts on it, because it's still very new. The whole year will be people going for the first time. Many years, maybe people going for the first time. And if you went to the Carolina game, then went to this game, if you noticed any differences, I feel like stadium thoughts are very much still welcome. And in the preseason, we might get into more of those because by the time we get to the Detroit game, it might be more about, a fourth down call or somebody missed a block or whatever. So you can join us on any of that. And also, Skylar Bell is really the big takeaway, I think, from this game. 7 catches, 77 yards, 28-yard touchdown run. He looked pretty good. So
yeah,
if you had been waiting to see the Bills' 4th-round rookie receiver and tuned in just for him, you got your money's worth. He looked pretty good. Some are, having visions of a lofty comparison, which would, by any account, be lofty. But
yep,
never. It's fun. It's fun to dream of your players turning into something pretty good.
Once in a while, they're supposed to become star players out of nowhere,
and
right, that happens.
But
Stevie Johnson was a 7th-round pick.
He was, but even without becoming a star player, you can just be a good contributor at a position that
Yep.
A guy that catches 7 for 77 and runs in a 28-yard touchdown makes $20 million. So, like,
Yes.
not that he's going to do that in the regular season. I know, preseason pledge and all that. But, there are some 4th-round, 5th-round picks that play a position that is worth like $50 million. And then there's backup centers that never play.
And I've pointed this out, that not all rookies are created equal. Like, there are different types of even receiver rookies that you're going to draft. The guy I've always compared Bell to is Justin Shorter for this. Who was Justin Shorter? He was a young, athletic receiver that had done nothing in college.
Formerly the number 1 ranked prospect out of high school.
And I remember the second he was drafted, the word project was everywhere.
Yeah.
Like on Twitter, like project. So what did you expect from him in year 1? Nothing. Bell is a 24-year-old rookie drafted at an older age that was he number 1 in college football last year statistically?
Yep. He's
like, if he's going to be a player in the league, you would more expect him to do it immediately. Not, he sits for a year, he figures out the league, like in a year he'll be 25. Like, you want to get going on a guy like that.
Yeah.
So Terry McLaurin is one of those guys. Again, not that he will be Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin was a 3rd-round pick because he was drafted old. Like a late 3rd-round pick. What do you have in year 1? 900 yards. Like, you didn't wait. You just got going right away because he's already at an age where you kind of need to do that.
Yeah, sometimes you're drafting traits hoping someone can grow into something. And sometimes a guy falls because the NFL has decided, well, we know what he is.
Right.
There's not going to be a higher ceiling. And of course, you could be wrong about that too. But
yep,
good for Bell. He looked good, and the Bills win and a comeback win. George in South Buffalo's up. Hey, George.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate all the coverage on the new stadium. Last night, my daughter and I went to the game. First time in the stadium. The outside concourse was great. I kept thinking of the family circle when you're seeing everybody around the standing buffaloes and all the other activities. But when we first walked in and the concourse was wide open and you're looking at the field and the sun, that was really cool. And feeling the air come through the stadium, that was nice. The bathrooms weren't hard to find. And when you do go into the bathrooms, they're huge. So there's plenty of room there. I was concerned about the food prices, but honestly, everything, there were some things that were kind of ridiculous, but really everything wasn't that ridiculously priced. We sat up in section 429 up top in the south end zone there. I did notice you can hear the echo from the crowd. You hear the low murmur of everybody, even when no one's hooting and hollering. See, I didn't really hear the players on the field too much, but granted, we were up high. So that was pretty cool. And then, just a beautiful place. Maybe the sound, there was a lot of echoey. It was hard to hear the speakers, the sound. But, we're lucky. It's a great place.
Thanks, George.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There have been a lot of the sound is not great, muffled, too loud. I don't know if they're still tweaking acoustic engineering, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see a good chunk of that maybe there's still a concern about how the sound is reaching, like the announcements in different levels, which, I could imagine that could be a challenge. I just can't wait to find out how loud it's really going to be.
Right. If it's loud enough, by the way, you won't be able to hear the announcements anyway.
That's probably right. But opening night, the first 3rd down or the first kickoff,
yep.
You might even get the loudest cheer at kickoff just because people are excited to really officially kick off the stadium.
Player intros, right?
Player intros.
Like when Josh Allen runs, don't they have to introduce the offense? Are they going to do the whole team? But
yes,
please, right?
DJ
come on,
Moore,
Bills.
Josh Allen.
Let's not play a game here. Like, you're going to introduce the offense if you're introducing only one of them when you play the Lions, because the crowd pop when Allen runs out of the tunnel is going to be the first test of, all right, how loud can this place get? And what does it sound like at peak volume? Because that would be the moment. Sure, there's touchdowns, but when everyone's already on their feet ready to go and 17 runs out of the tunnel, like that's going to be the moment for volume and for noise. So let's not do the defense for week 1. But yeah, whenever the first touchdown is scored, the first shout song, every sound is going to be different depending on what the moment is, I guess.
Eager to find out.
Because you have the music behind the shout song. So that can be loud, but everyone's singing. It's not just screaming at the top of your lungs.
And the stadium also opens up with pretty darn good marquee matchups. Like Thursday night opener, Detroit. And then Chargers and Patriots, regardless of what those teams come in with from a record standpoint, or what the Bills are, like those feel like important games. The first 5 games, and again, like the first 3 at home, 3 weeks in a row, it feels like they're going to be important, right? You're getting a good litmus test on what the Bills look like against these top teams, like the Rams, the Chargers, the Patriots, the Texans, and the Lions. So eager to find out how loud it is. 803-0550. Thanks, George, for the phone call.
I mean, New England so early in the season, it'll be like within a game of each other.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have like, you need... I guess it could be different. Like, both teams have some challenging games early on. So I guess someone could be down bad, and it's, this is an opportunity to like really build a lead
Right.
here.
If someone's 0-2 and someone's 2-0, or week 4.
There's 3 games, so...
Right. Someone could be 3-0 and someone could be 0-3. I guess it's possible.
But even if it's a 1 game, like, we get a 2-game lead here, like, that division game against New England, I think, is even more true.
Yeah. New England's first 4, it's Seahawks on the road Wednesday night, then home for the Steelers, at the Jaguars, and at the Bills.
It's tough.
That's not that. When the Steelers is your softest game, that's still easier than any game the Bills have in their first 5.
3 tough road games.
Yeah.
Is that their 3 toughest road games of the year? It could be, right?
Seahawks, Jaguars,
Bills. I mean, maybe they've got someone that's comparable with the Jags.
They go to Chicago. They go to Detroit. They go to the Chargers. They go to the Chiefs.
Those are some tough road games.
It's a first place schedule,
right? So it's comparable then, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Greg in Brooklyn. Greg, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So around Hellebuck and just, all these rumors, I think there was a cool topic that you guys brought up a few months ago that I think is even more prevalent now, is just looking at the Sabres for the future and just having that playoff caliber mentality. If I'm going to tie in the Bills a little bit, it's kind of like the team and the organization knows that there's a good chance that they can make the playoffs again next year and make a run. So it's like going in on Hellebuck to know that you have a solid, not just solid, but a really, really good option between the pipes to take you to that next step, where instead of just rolling out 2 different goaltenders and just hoping and crossing your fingers, I think that has to be probably a bigger consideration. I think that's probably where a lot of fans are as well. I think that there are still fans who are like, I don't know if we need him. But I think that is at least where I'm at, is just like, would you want to have confidence going into the playoffs that you have somebody that you can kind of ride or die with, instead of just hoping and crossing your fingers that, the scoring stays there and we can just find, magic every game, if you catch my drift.
Yeah. One thing about, I saw, I forget who posted this, but about the Hellebuck idea, one reason to do it, arguably to do it, is if you're not going to rotate in the playoffs like you did in the regular season, if you're just going to ride a number 1, then get a number 1.
Yes.
Like that's the point here.
That's been my feeling about this idea since the day the playoffs ended. Was the only argument for this is that you want a guaranteed guy in the play. You don't want to be in the position you were in this year, where you're going, all right, UPL, you're going to play. That wasn't good.
Who's it going to be?
Lion, you go. That was bad. UPL, go back.
And for some, some it was a guy was really bad, and others it was feels like a couple more goals than I wanted it to be. Right, when Luukkonen got pulled the first time, it was because of a bouncer, one bouncer.
Right, it was the horrible goal.
We didn't like that goal. We didn't like another goal. It wasn't. He'd helped you win game 1.
Right, absolutely, and he'd played well in some other games, but. The entire philosophy behind trading for this player is that it takes away any questions you have about the position. And that is not something that most teams can ever say. It's like 5 teams in the league can say, we've got a goalie, we know he's going to play in the play. Like, that is our guy. There's not that many of those guys, and this is one of them. And that can be a big load off not just your team on the ice. Like, that's very good for confidence in terms of defending and knowing what you've got back there. That's huge. But it's also like the general manager doesn't have to worry about it. Like, the coach doesn't have to be like, what am I going to get in net tonight? Are we going to be okay? Is our guy going to lose the game for us? With Hellebuck, every night, Just about. Obviously, there's going to be nights that everybody's got bad nights. 5 nights a year, Hellebuck will have a bad night. But other than that, you're going to have a chance to win, and you've got about a 25% chance that he's just going to dominate and win the game for you. And that is not what they have now. What they have now is there's a 75% chance you're going to be having a pretty good game that's going to give you a chance to win, and maybe 10% of the time your guy's going to win it for you. This changes that math, and that can be very valuable. Whether it's valuable enough to pay the price that they've been asking, which I think has to go down now, that's the question.
I wonder yesterday, so Hellebuck releases a statement, and in it he says, I've never forgotten June 23rd, the day that Winnipeg took a chance on a goalie playing in Odessa, Texas. Gave everything I had. Several months ago, I privately requested a trade. I've tried to handle the situation quietly and respectfully while giving the organization time to explore its options. With training camp approaching, I felt it was important to publicly confirm my request. My position has not changed, and I believe moving on is the best path forward for me and my family. I appreciate Winnipeg Jets fans. They've meant everything throughout my career and hope a resolution can be reached soon. Kevin Cheveldayoff followed with a statement from the Jets. Connor has been open with us about his desire for a change. He's been an important part of the Winnipeg Jets organization for many years, and we have tremendous respect for what he has accomplished here. While we will continue to work through the situation in a thoughtful manner, there is no update at this time. Of course not. The update would be a trade.
Right.
Right.
I wondered for Hellebuck, like, listen, yes, a public statement can be seen as putting pressure on the GM. However, there's a good chunk of your fan base where publicly requesting a trade helps your GM. Guess what he gets to do? Cheveldayoff gets to roll out with guys that want to be here. Mm-hmm. He gets to say, it's not my fault. This guy doesn't want to be here, and I want guys that want to be here. We want guys that want to be here. Today, in Winnipeg, I'd imagine if it was like 80-20, it might have shifted to 60-40. Like, you know what? Fine. You don't want to be here? Then get out of here. Yes. We had a good time. You don't want us. We'll get over it. We'll move on with our lives. And it just greases the wheels that little bit. So sometimes I think when a player goes public, it is calculated to help the GM soften a lower return.
Which still incentivize the GM to trade, though. Right? Like, it makes it easier for the GM to make a trade, making a trade more likely.
Yes, it makes it easier for the fans to swallow, we're not going to get what we should get here.
Yes, it's lower your expectations a little bit because now he's a guy with a no move. There's only so many teams.
Exactly.
That said, we still have, like, Dylan Larkin has requested the trade, and he's not been traded, and he has a no move.
Well, they
don't have a GM right now.
That's, I think, more not having a GM problem. I agree, Joe. But I think that this now makes it just shifts the pressure more to they have to do it. They just have to. There's
Winnipeg, not the Sabres.
There's no of course.
Do the Sabres have to do this?
That's what I was going to get to. Is I think they maybe kind of have to do it. Look at the division and what everybody else in the division has done, aside from like Ottawa and Detroit. Everybody's better. Everybody. Tampa got better. They got Carlson in to replace Radish. That's good. Now Hedman should be back. Maybe that's a little up in the air. Florida. I mean, I don't have to say anything there. Toronto is better. McKenna could be scary. You have got competition more than you have had even in years past when this division was great. You've had an offseason where you've offloaded 2 of your veteran pieces that helped you win in the playoffs, and you've got a fan base that is finally back alive and ready to go, and they were ready for a big offseason, and you didn't give it to them. And now, like, it feels a little bit like you're getting gift-wrapped the move. Like, here, guys, this is it. This is your shot of electricity back into the fan base right before the season starts. It's the best guy on the planet at his position in a position where you're frankly kind of weak. Not last year was good, but it's not. I would not call it their strength by any means. I think it's their weakest unit. And listen, you want to win. This is what teams that want to win do. This is it. I think they kind of have to do this.
I'm with you, and I think the price coming down,
maybe
might have to happen because I just don't see the market. I was looking for like odds even or like rumors. other teams going back to July. There was a rumor that like Colorado checked in, but they passed in early July. There was a rumor that the Devils thought about it, but they don't want to do that. They don't want an expensive goalie. Sonny Meta's like, I want to go cheap in net, and they've got their trio. Florida made their move. They got Markstrom. There was a Toronto rumor, but what did Toronto do? We got Bobrovsky, and we don't think he wants to play in Canada anyway. Like, I'm looking at that part of it, which is who's your competition? Because if Winnipeg has to make the move, then I just want to know who I'm bidding against.
Is it Carolina?
They're the only team.
What about?
There was a rumor about them too, and the problem there is Winnipeg wants a center, and Carolina is unwilling to move Stankoven, who's the only guy they could put into the deal. They want to trade a defenseman, and Winnipeg says, I don't want a defenseman. They don't work for the Jets.
Doesn't Winnipeg want a goalie?
They do want a goalie. This is where I would present a different type of idea, because are we resigned to Luukkonen and just won't go there?
Yes.
I think the story is that he would not waive his no trade.
Okay.
He would not waive his no move. So you need to find a goalie that's going to go there, and who's that going to be?
If that's the case, then I think the Jets might have to sit down and have a hard conversation about, we don't have a perfect trade partner out there. So what do we have to pass on? Do we want to? We could get our goalie. We can get Brandon Bussey from the Hurricanes. But guess what we're not getting then? We're not getting the center that we want. So is that helping us? Is that helping us win right now? If you're the Sabres, your sales pitch, I think, has to be, we have the centers. You're going to get better there. And honestly, they have Luukkonen already. Stuart Skinner's a 27-year-old goaltender with a .902 save percentage in his career. Luukkonen's a 27-year-old goaltender with a .900 save percentage in his career. Guess what their goals saved above expected are for their career, by the way? 36 for Skinner, 3 for Luukkonen.
Yeah,
they have Luukkonen.
Skinner has been to a cup final.
Give them Lyon and Ellis and say, just do what we did last year.
Yeah.
Have your goalie trio. You've got Skinner at the top of it, and go get some skaters. Here you go. Here's Ryan McLeod or Jack Quinn and a first-round pick. Go do that.
Here's what I think that it is shifted now. I think the center thing is a problem for them, and I think you're going to need to sacrifice and get them one of a good center prospect or a good goalie, and the Sabres do not have the goalie to give up there, to me, and they have a bunch of centers, and that's where I've kind of transitioned to, is like, this might cost you one of the kids.
Could they? Could they play hardball with Luukkonen? Because the thing about goalie is it's one of the positions where, listen, there are only 32 nets. Right now you have half of one. But you are in a three-headed monster right now, if they still believe in Colton Chaos to any point. I mean, he'd maybe call their bluff, but would they just tell him, like, you're not going to play?
Well,
you're not going to waive your no move? You're not going to play.
The hardball,
we got 2 other guys. We're gonna bury you.
Right, the hardball would be, if you don't go there, we're gonna figure out a way to do the deal anyway, and now you're a backup.
Yeah, that's
now you're playing 15 games.
Gotcha. That's the threat.
The threat is you're gonna still be here, you'll still play, but you're playing like once a week at most.
That's a very expensive backup.
Yes,
but you can do it.
But he's not gonna. From everything we are told about him, Paul says this a lot. He wants to play. He likes to play. He needs to play. If they trade for Hellebuck, he's not going to want to stick around. He's not going to want to do it. He's going to be like, all right, I know this article just came out. I love Buffalo. Get me a net.
Right.
I'm done.
So
like,
then
you can't have me playing 15 games.
And then where I got an organization that wants you, but you don't want to go there. Right? Like, it's a standoff.
Right. Exactly. And I think, honestly, that might be something you present to him now and say, listen, you can be a part of this deal or be a part of a deal after. It's up to you.
And that's more of the threat. Like, if you don't pass, or if you don't sign off on this deal now anyway. So what we're going to end up doing together, this dance where you're still on the team, you're unhappy, and we're just going to be waiting for the first team that needs a goalie to call us.
Right.
Like, you're going to move eventually anyway. Maybe that would be where Luukkonen would say, I'd rather wait a month or two, see if a good team around the league has a goalie get injured, and then I'll just get traded then.
Right. Or you could just get traded to the team that is going to be trading their number one goalie. Like, or you could just go to Winnipeg.
Right.
Like,
right. That's the goal.
Or waive your no move and go get the job that you are going to get in 2 months for some other probably not that good team.
I think we're all hoping that the price is in fact lower than initially reported. Around the draft, it was like, oh, they want the 4th pick. Like, please get out of here.
Without giving up the 8th.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely alive. If he gets traded somewhere else, I wonder what reaction is around here if that happens, especially once we see like the price that's paid.
And who it would be.
Could Washington be in the mix?
I think they're happy with their guys.
Okay.
They've
I
got a
think
good goalie.
Vegas is a little
I saw
scary.
Vegas talked about yesterday as well. Right?
Aiden Hill.
But
How about Utah?
the pushback on the Vegas idea is Vegas, the way Vegas would get it done, which is a way they've done other trades before, is if they get the player to basically put their own team in a corner, which is you can only trade me to Vegas. I only want to go to these 2 spots. So that's how Vegas gets a lot of their deals done. And the report on Hellebuck yesterday from Chris Johnston was, and maybe you could argue this doesn't help the Sabres, that Hellebuck has been willing to move his new no movement clause for a variety of teams. He's not doing you're only sending me, this is what Larkin's doing. I will only go to these 3 places. That's it. Doesn't sound like Hellebuck's doing that.
No.
He's willing to facilitate a deal to a multitude of teams. That could hurt a Vegas. It also, I guess, could hurt a Buffalo because we know, or would it help them? We know that he would.
I think it would help Buffalo.
He would wave here, like Friedman said that.
The report is he
100%
will.
would come here. He's already done it. He would come to Buffalo. That's helpful. I think that I said this yesterday about him. Like, he's going to throw his weight around, but he also really respects Winnipeg and doesn't want to burn them necessarily. Like, this is probably as far as he wants to go. The reason he probably didn't make this public in the first place is he didn't want to burn them, and they just haven't done the thing. So he's like, listen, I got to do this. I'll go a few plays. I'm not gonna burn you on the deal, but like, you got to move me. It's over. And so I think that's why he's taking that route.
803-0550. On Hellebuck, on the stadium, the Bills last night, Skylar Bell, anything you want to throw our way? We're going to talk with Sal at 8 o'clock. Got time for your calls when we get back here on WGR. Dan in North Tonawanda is going to lead us off. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was at the game yesterday, and the one thing that jumped out to me right away is the Bills definitely heard the criticism about the scoreboards, and especially with the red replay, because the first time I went, they had maybe 25% of the screen being used for the basically video replay and playing live games. They had I guess I'll call it the down and distance bug that took up like a good third of the screen.
Okay.
Yesterday that was gone. There was, I mean, they heard the criticism.
Dan, Dan, was your first time the other game, or was it one of the practices?
It was the other game.
Okay.
So yeah, and they basically on the scoreboard now it was like 75% of that display was replaying and live view. So they definitely are trying to accommodate to make people realize that those screens are huge, and they just really, the program director definitely should get a round of applause for that one, because I thought it was an improvement.
Yeah, the 2 pictures I saw, especially the taller jump score
Hey, Sneaky
screen
Joe for
on one end of the
signals.
field, it was like the whole left side of the screen all the way, like 2/3, maybe even more than that, 3/4 all the way to the right, which that was the screen that I was looking at the open practice. And at the open practice, you had like Bills logos, graphics, stats, whatever on both sides of them. So that screen specifically looks significantly bigger. The other one does look bigger, but it's a shorter, like it's not as tall. So it almost looks like it's more stretched a little bit, but it looks a lot better too. So I think I would agree that they look like, okay, we just adjust this. Like, we heard some complaints about that. We can fix it. We just got to adjust what portion of the screen gets this and what gets that. And I feel like the balance I saw in pictures last night was better.
Yeah. Any impressions of yesterday? I got one for you. I got one big one, and it'll shock precisely 0 people to know that it's about wide receiver.
Is it Bell?
It's Bell.
Because Bell was the story for me, and I thought he looked really good. He did lead them in rushing and receiving, which is nice.
You know what he had? He had a Xavier Worthy game, by the way, which like Worthy might have done this like 3 times in his life. Run for 20 and catch 5 or 6 passes for not that much, but end up with like 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the Xavier Worthy AFC Championship game. Not like Xavier Worthy has the book on that, but whatever.
But he just looked like a receiver who knew how to get open. He was playing backups, so like that's
right,
good.
that's
He
right.
is a backup.
Preseason pledge style, but
Yeah.
but yeah. Did you see anyone saying, "Well, you know who he looks like"?
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
You know who he
I
looks
wanted
like.
to yell at him, but I didn't.
I also.
It was this morning that I saw it at like 4:30 in the morning. So I did not. I'm not gonna hammer him at 4:30 a.m. Let me wait an hour and maybe I'll do it then.
I also wanted to yell at the idea that, like, you know who he looks like? You know who he looks like out there? And then I started watching more and more and more and thought, I see why you say that. And I'll tell you why. We're talking Diggs here. Like, why did some people say, I'll tell you who he reminds me of is Diggs. If I could raise my hand and say why.
Okay.
Because the Bills have a receiver whose entire life isn't based on catch radius. Right?
Sure.
For 2 years, it was all the new guys were tall. And all the new guys were their jump ball winners and your Chase Claypool ideas.
Right.
And, yeah, a guy that's a regular-sized receiver that's also, like, using the full field.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Stephon Diggs did. That's Skylar Bell's not Steph Diggs, of course.
And there's a less than 1%, 5%. There's a very, 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 very low percent chance that he would ever be on.
He's a regular-sized receiver. He's a mid to late round draft pick. He had a lot of production in college. Bell did, so he might just be one of these guys where the measurables don't jump off the page. Which was Diggs.
That was Diggs.
It was Diggs.
Diggs was a 5th round pick.
Right, and he was not like some crazy burner or some crazy jumper.
Mm-hmm.
He was just like, oh, if you throw this guy the ball, you're going to do well.
Two-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Bouchel. Pressure coming. Throws, and it is caught for the two-point play. Dante Pettis.
It's a wrap on the preseason for the Bills as they bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter where Shane Buechele led a game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, the leading rusher and receiver, with 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions for 49 yards. Tyler Bass also made every kick, 2 for 2 on field goals and 2 for 2 on extra points. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuck officially requested a trade from the Jets in a statement yesterday. And looking around the NFL, running back Josh Jacobs, the Ringer's Tom Pelissero reports that the Brown County District Attorney has formally charged him with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. The Packers signed Jonnu Smith, formerly the Steelers, to a 1-year deal. Lions coach Dan Campbell said Isaiah Pacheco dealing with a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain. The Colts activated Alec Pierce dealing with the ankle injury from the active PUP list. And the Seahawks signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million extension. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I know I can play this game, and I know I can do it at this level. And so it's just getting those opportunities and taking advantage of them. And, you know, seeing the guys kind of have my back at the end of the game there was really cool. Celebrating the 2-point conversion with the guys on the sidelines. So, but like you said, you know, I have a lot to prove in this league. I feel like I'm just starting.
That is Shane Buechele. Kyle Allen got the day off. Shane Buechele engineers a big comeback. 28-27, the Bills win. punt return touchdown given up by the Bills. The wet gen guy for the Steelers, he's going to make that team.
Is he going to end up being the longest tenured Bills quarterback ever to never throw a pass for them?
Buechele?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
It's like 5 years at this point, right?
To your calls in a moment. I do have a stat of the day, though, if you'd like a stat of the day. Be
Okay.
a fun kind of guess the number here.
Okay.
Stat of the day is brought to you by Jan's Smoke Shop 2 in Gas Mart, where everything about Jan's Smoke Shop is smoking. So, I think it was Warren Sharp that had this. Mm-hmm. How long it's been since every NFL team's last shutout. Their defensive shutout.
Okay.
Right? When's the last time a team shut out another team? Last year, the Chiefs, Ravens, Seahawks, Texans, Eagles, Vikings, and Panthers all shut out a team. How many years has it been since Team X had a shutout? For the Bills, it's 4 years. Seasons without a defensive shutout.
Texans, 40-0.
Must have been 4 years ago.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or 5 years ago, because 4 seasons without a shutout.
That tracks.
Yeah. There's a bunch of teams here. The Jets and the Giants have gone 16 years without a defensive shutout, which is second longest.
Okay.
The longest streak for seasons without a defensive shutout. I'm not going to ask you who.
You want the year?
What do you think the number is? The longest drought without a defensive shutout.
It's longer than 16, so like 22 years.
34 years.
Someone's gone 34 years without a shutout?
Washington has not shut out an opponent in 34 years. Washington.
They've had some good defenses in that time, haven't they?
No, not a shutout.
No shutouts?
34 years. Second place is 16 years.
That actually would that be their Super Bowl year? Is that the year they beat the Bills, 92? That they did that?
That's 34 years.
34 years?
There you go. It's your stat of the day.
It wasn't their Super Bowl year.
Must have been the year before.
Yeah.
803-0550. On the Bills, win over Pittsburgh in the preseason.
It was their Super Bowl year.
Yeah.
They had 3 shutouts in the first 5 games.
Okay, well, they haven't had a shutout.
Holy cow.
They haven't had one since.
They had 3 in 5 games and then none in 34 years.
Imagine you're going into week 6. You're like, man.
Get another one this week. You've never seen one again.
Meanwhile, in postgame, Joe Brady said of Max Harrison, he's our guy. He's our corner 2.
Yes, yeah. He did miss a tackle yesterday, and he did play in a final preseason game, but that was probably because of injury.
Larry in South Florida. Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. 2 things real quick. So on Hallebuck, do you think we could get him for UPL if there's not a no trading clause, as Bulldog reported possibly yesterday? Quinn and a number 1. And then the second thing, Jeremy, last week when I called, I brought up EJ's pass to Clay in the out of bounds. And then I was asking Owen if that's what prompted his dad to tell EJ he stunk. And you said you were going to get the background story on that because you were going to see him. So I was wondering if you did get that story.
I did. And Bulldog told me it's actually not that interesting a story. So he said, don't worry about it. I said, okay.
All right.
UPL, Quinn, and what? A first?
A first-round pick, yeah. I mean, throw your first-round pick into every one of these deals. Just chuck it in there.
Right.
I don't know. Quinn as the piece has never really made a lot of sense if you read about what Winnipeg wants, because he's a winger and they want a center. But am I good trading Jack Quinn? Of course I'd be fine trading Jack Quinn. He's a good player. I liked him in the playoffs. But no, he would not stop me from making that deal if the Jets said, actually, you know what? That's the guy we want. I just think center, like I know like they were reported to be in on Trocheck.
Yes.
And like that was right around the time of the Hellebuck deal, so maybe that's connected, but I just don't understand why the Sabres feel like they need another center if they're going to trade one. They have 9 NHL centers right now. 9. Like McLeod, for instance. McLeod, in your most important games of the season, last year, the final 3 games against Montreal, was relegated to their 4th-line center because they had 3 other guys that were better than him, and Yuri Kulik wasn't even available at that point, or Noah Ostlund. So I've got a surplus there, and that's what they want. That's where, like, I know the goalie part of it isn't a perfect square peg in a square hole because I need them to either be interested in Lyon or I need Luukkonen to waive a no-movement clause to go there. But if they want a center, I don't know who in the league is more ready to trade a center looking at their depth chart than the Sabres are. They have 9 NHL centers today. You only dress 4. How does that not make sense?
That is part of why I, just in the last 24 hours or however long it's been since this statement came out, I'm thinking about one of the younger prospects to make up for the lack of a goalie or the lack of an NHL-ready centerman, which I think that's the problem, is that they don't want to trade McLeod because they feel he's a proven NHL center. Mm-hmm. Whereas the guy, Kulik, Ostlund, Elenius, all those guys are, I think, right now already probably better than him, but they are not proven to be that yet. And they are not established as that yet. And I think they're a little fearful of over-reliance on that group. And so in my head, that brings me to, can you convince Winnipeg, listen, we don't have the goalie you maybe want, but we'll give you an older goalie and a young center that is probably going to be really good. And I think now, to me, this deal's framework has shifted from NHL-ready forward or NHL-proven forward to higher-level prospect forward and veteran goalie and picks. I think it has changed. And, would you rather give him McLeod? I would, but I don't know that that's going to be what the Sabres are willing to do. They might be more willing to part with one of their surplus prospect sort of archetype players than one of their guys that is actively has experience and has done it.
Yeah. That sounds like, to me, though, you might be right, that in a vacuum, I can trade one of 2 pieces. I'm valuing, because of the NHL experience, everything you just talked about, I've now gotten to a place where I'm valuing Ryan McLeod more than I'm valuing Konsta Helenius.
That, I think it sounds backwards, but I really think the Trocheck thing, to me, proves that.
Yeah.
However,
games 4, 5, and 6 last year, Lindy thought Helenius was a better option.
If he had Trocheck, would he have played Trocheck instead?
Of Helenius?
Yeah. I think he would have.
Sure, but he did play him over McLeod.
Right, but McLeod was bad.
I know what you mean, though. I know the point you're making.
I think they have shifted. They lost 2 veterans. They lost Tuck. They lost Byram. Mm-hmm. Are we going to trade another guy, not that good, but that experienced, away to let another kid fill another spot? I don't think they're willing to do that.
Well, a lot of this conversation, someone out there is shouting, do we really need a goalie? How about, you're talking about who they lost and they didn't lose a goalie. So why am I getting a goalie? And half the answer is, I'm looking to upgrade anywhere I can. Right. And this appears to be a spot that maybe I can. And
I guess the point I'm making about McLeod, or really the roster in general, is I did lose players this offseason. I did not lose a center. And opening night right now, I might have 4 centers that outrank Ryan McLeod. Right now. Yeah. Who are my top 3 centers opening night? Can I go Tage, Norris, and Helenius? That can't be my top 3 centermen?
Sure can.
Or you want to throw Kulik in one of those top 3? Yeah. Either way.
Ostlund, whatever.
I just don't see... I know I see the need is the veteran piece that you're making, and I think that is not to be ignored. But I have a tough time moving past what's the depth chart look like? What do I really want to put out there? And I feel like I've got so many options at that position that I wouldn't want to be closed, I guess, to trading any of them. Except for probably Tage.
I just logically the Trocheck desire and that being a linchpin to this deal tells me that the veteran is very important to them here. And that is, I think, a key. Mm-hmm. The other thing, you said they didn't lose a goalie. They didn't, but what they could do is lose performance in net, which is entirely likely, and that would be the same as losing a good goalie.
Well, they could. You could also have it where there's a little bit of a uncertainty about Hellebuck, maybe not as much for others.
No.
He had a down year.
Yeah.
Age, commitment. Because here's the other thing about the Hellebuck timeline. Who do I want to be the goalie, not just for 2026? How about 2027? 2027, they currently have $36 million in cap space, right? All right. Mm-hmm. to get Hellebuck on a deal that would be $8 million when the cap's going up like that, he becomes a bargain goalie.
Absolutely, he does.
Yep. So if he's still good,
Shesterkin makes 12.5.
that's what I'm saying. Like if he's still good, I get him at a very big bargain. So as long as the trade price isn't something I find to be too much, the investment in money, it didn't work out. Okay, we'll move on.
It's not that big. It's
if you could sign into a free agent deal for $8 million, you'd drive to Winnipeg to pick him up.
Yes.
So if
Right.
if the price of the trade is not that bad because there's not that much of a market because other teams are locked in, then it could line up nicely. I'd be of course leery of giving up too much for something that doesn't feel like it's the lock of locks. It would be very exciting. And I'd like it because of the excitement level and because moves like this should be celebrated. Mm-hmm. Like we were talking about this the other day where the Rams, in order to justify the Rams trade for Myles Garrett, they have to win the Super Bowl. No, they don't. Making the trade is the justification for making the trade. Trying to win, trying to take the whole thing is the point. Not everybody gets a chance to win the whole thing, but trying to do it is the job. And if the Sabres were to make this move, it would signal, I think, that they're really trying to do it and not just living the life of, well, it's important that we want to be competitive for seasons and seasons and seasons. You know, like every once in a while, you're just going to say, like, it's our time. We're going to try and do this for the next 3 years. We're going to try and win this thing with this goalie if the price is right.
Right. It's a buzzword that is used by GMs a lot that has over time started to drive me nuts is the word sustainability.
Right.
Like when you're just living your whole life to be that sustainable and not really like, oh, let me try to go win it right now. And I like the point Bulldog made yesterday on this too about that point for your players. And if you're Rasmus Dahlin or you're Tage Thompson right now sitting there in the locker room and there's no Alex Tuck next to you anymore, there's no Bo Byram, and you made a great trade in the summer getting the 4th overall pick for Byram, but if you're Dahlin or you're Thompson, does that really do anything for you?
No.
A kid that's not here now and might not be here for 2 years? Like, I just made it. I finally did the thing that fans have been screaming at me to do for 7 years. I did it. I was a game away from the conference finals. And then we went through our offseason and we lost 2 of our most critical pieces and then didn't really do anything to make me think that we are going for the cup. But if I do this, I mean, for the player perspective, it's all right, here we go. We got him. Hellebuck is behind us. Like, all right, now we're back to, like, let's go win the Stanley Cup. Versus right now, I feel like you're living in, I just hope we can be what we were last year.
Yeah, you're praying that you can match it.
803-0550. Give us a ring on this, on the stadium, on the Bills, on the game. Sal at 8 here on WGR. Dan in North Tonawanda is going to lead us off. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was at the game yesterday, and the one thing that jumped out to me right away is the Bills definitely heard the criticism about the scoreboards, and especially with Red Replay, because the first time I went, they had maybe 25% of the screen being used for the basically video replay and playing live games. They had I guess I'll call it the down and distance bug that took up like a good third of the screen.
Okay.
Yesterday that was gone. There was, I mean, they heard the criticism.
Dan, Dan, was your first time the other game, or was it one of the practices?
It was the other game.
Okay.
So yeah, and they basically on the scoreboard now it was like 75% of that display was replaying and live view. So they definitely are trying to accommodate to make people realize that those screens are huge. And they just really, the program director definitely should get a round of applause for that one, because I thought it was an improvement.
Yeah. The 2 pictures I saw, especially the taller score screen on one end of the field, it was like the whole left side of the screen all the way, like 2/3, maybe even more than that, 3/4 all the way to the right, which that was the screen that I was looking at the open practice. And at the open practice, you had like Bills logos, graphics, stats, whatever on both sides of them. So that screen specifically looks significantly bigger. The other one does look bigger, but it's a shorter Like, it's not as tall. So it almost looks like it's more stretched a little bit, but it looks a lot better too. So I think I would agree that they look like, okay, we just adjust this. Like, we heard some complaints about that. We can fix it. We just got to adjust what portion of the screen gets this and what gets that. And I feel like the balance I saw in pictures last night was better.
Yeah. We were going to play Al Michaels complaining about a virtual measurement in their game last night. Amazon Prime had a broadcast, I guess, for the Patriots and Browns. And we can't play it because it's too long. The stoppage took a minute and a half only to reveal through virtual measurement, which is going to speed things up, right? Yeah. That it was 2 feet and 3 inches short. Let's get a virtual measurement.
It's almost a full yard. For those keeping track at home.
Meanwhile, that minute was filled by Kirk Herbstreit, who can't not fill a minute.
Oh, man.
It's about to be Herbstreit season.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get through it together.
Is he doing the second game?
He'll be doing Bills Lions, huh?
Tirico will be the Wednesday game?
Well, I'll be at Bills Lions, so I won't hear Herbstreit. Nice guy. 803-0550, our phone number. Sal on the other side will get his thoughts on the game, arrow up, arrow down, all that good stuff. And whether it's Skylar Bell, the final 53, we'll go through it with Sal.
the entire philosophy behind trading for this player is that it takes away any questions you have about the position. And that is not something that most teams can ever say. It's like 5 teams in the league can say, we've got a goalie, we know he's going to play in the play. Like, that is our guy. There's not that many of those guys, and this is one of them. And that can be a big load off not just your team on the ice. Like, that's very good for confidence in terms of defending and knowing what you've got back there. That's huge. But it's also like the general manager doesn't have to worry about it. Like, the coach doesn't have to be like, what am I going to get in net tonight? Are we going to be okay? Is our guy going to lose the game for us? Mm-hmm. With Hellebuck, you know every night, just about. Obviously, there's going to be nights that everybody's got bad nights. 5 nights a year, Hellebuck will have a bad night. But other than that, you know you're going to have a chance to win, and you've got about a 25% chance that he's just going to dominate and win the game for you. And that is not what they have now. What they have now is there's a 75% chance you're going to be having a pretty good game that's going to give you a chance to win, and maybe 10% of the time your guy's going to win it for you. This changes that math, and that can be very valuable. Whether it's valuable enough to pay the price that they've been asking, which I think has to go down now, that's the question.
two-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Bouchel. Pressure coming, throws, and it is caught for the two-point play. Dante Pettis.
That's a wrap on the preseason for the Bills. They bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter where Shane Bouchel led a game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, the leading receiver and rusher, with 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions for 49 yards. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuyck has officially requested a trade from the Jets. With a statement from yesterday and around the NFL, the Ringer's Tom Pelissero reports that the Brown County District Attorney has formally charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. The Packers, they signed Jonnu Smith, formerly of the Steelers, to a 1-year deal. Lions coach Dan Campbell said Isaiah Pacheco is dealing with a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain. The Colts, they activated Alec Pierce, and the Seahawks signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Sal Capaccio joining us, recapping last night's Bills win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. A come-from-behind victory for the Bills. Touchdown and a 2-point conversion, and they finished the preseason at 3-0. They've had 2 undefeated preseasons in the last few years also. I think 2019 and 2021.
They had a streak going there for a bit. You sure it wasn't more than that? I thought they went on like a 4-year run of not losing in the preseason.
I thought they're well, whatever.
This is where we don't really...
We don't remember
talking about the Bills here?
Yeah. We don't remember the preseason as well as...
Last year, they were 1-2.
Yeah.
Last year, they were 1-2.
Right? And then before that, they were also 1-2 in 2024. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. But there were 2 seasons under McDermott undefeated. Again, not like it matters all that much. But they go undefeated here, Sal, and it's a come-from-behind win. I think you always feel good for the players that are out there, whether that's Shane Bouchel and... Dante Pettis with a big play at the end. So, nice way to finish and send the fans home happy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at it now. They won their last one in 18. Then they win 4 preseason games in 2019 to go. So that's 5 in a row. There's nothing in 20 because of COVID. Then they win 3 in a row in 21. You're right, guys. Like 8 in a row right there, right? So that was pretty good.
I'm reading here.
And then 2 more in 22. Yeah. That's 10 in a row. Yeah.
They got to a 10-game preseason win streak over multiple years. Yeah.
For sure. And look, I do think... one of my takeaways of this preseason, just of a broad view, is, and I totally understand, we all know that the record doesn't matter, right? We know that. Mm-hmm. But I think it was important for Joe Brady to get off to a good start with his team to get some wins. And the way they did, way they had these wins, they had basically 2 blowout wins. One was a little closer against Carolina, then they blow out Cleveland. And then a comeback win like this. I mean, that's good for these guys in the bottom of the roster. I think that you build a little bit of confidence and, hey, we especially with a new head coach and, yeah, we got a guy here that's, just coming in and he comes in and you have the operation runs smoothly. I think there's a big part of it. The operation runs smoothly. You get wins under your belt. You're feeling good about yourself. I mean, the Bills scored 29, 31, and 28 points in the preseason, whether that was Josh Allen under center for 2 series or Kyle Allen or Shane Bouchel. I mean, they averaged close to 30 points a game. That's the stuff that you wanted to see from a Joe Brady offense that you wanted to make sure was staying on the tracks, right? So I think a lot of those boxes were checked, and great night last night in the stadium. I went down to the tunnel area on the final drive to watch. So several of us from the media were standing there, and all of us were like, holy cow, it's loud down here. Like it was a Thursday night final preseason game. It's not, at that point, a full house, obviously, and it was super loud. And it was great. It was a great experience, I think, for everybody in that stadium last night who stuck around.
And within that, Sal, about like how they go 3-0 and the offense looking good, Joe Brady. Like one thing that I was kind of mentally prepared for after camp at Fisher and before the preseason was backup quarterback conversations, and that never really happened. And part of how they win 3 games is really both guys played well all 3 games, I think you could say.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we were told on Tuesday that Kyle Allen and Shane Bouchel would both play. For whatever reason, that didn't happen. And, the Bills kept Kyle Allen on the bench. I think that's a good insight. That's good insight into the fact that, it's his job, the backup quarterback. And, I think he's earned that for what he's done here in the preseason. But it's not because Shane Buechele wasn't good. Shane Buechele played fine. Now, last night he didn't throw a touchdown pass. He also didn't have a turnover. He threw 78% completion percentage. Like, he did everything expected of him over the last few days. And Shane Buechele has talked a lot. I spoke to him the other day about how much he loves being in Buffalo. He keeps coming back to Buffalo. The guy's been in the league 6 years now. He started in KC. He comes to Buffalo. He has a injury a couple of years ago. He misses the whole year. Still stays on the practice squad the next year. Goes to Kansas City for a game, then comes back last year. And he just wants to make sure that he's a part of this organization. And I think last night he put his best foot forward to make sure that's the case. They're not going to have any shakeup in the room. I can't imagine another team going out there and, signing him to their 53-man roster. So you're right about that. I think that you come away from this preseason fairly confident that if you have to get through a game or two, maybe Kyle Allen can do that for you. Knock on wood, guys, Josh Allen has the longest starting streak of any quarterback in the NFL. You expect him to be healthy. You expect him to be available. But if he misses any time at all, at least I think you see enough from Kyle Allen or even Shane Buechele to say they could build a game plan to try and win a game.
Sal Capaccio joining us. From quarterback Sal to wide receiver, where Skylar Bell, he's one of the stars of the show yesterday, right? 7 catches, 77 yards, a touchdown on the ground. And I don't know, you tell me, you were there at training camp each and every day. It felt like it was a bit of a quiet camp for Skylar Bell, like maybe nothing too great, nothing too bad, just like he's in the mix, he's a draft pick, he's going to be on the team. And then this is an opportunity, this final preseason game, where he gets featured, if you will, kind of fed the ball. And I think Bills fans came away pretty impressed.
Yeah, he checked a lot of the boxes last night. We needed to see that. I think the team needed to see that. I think the fan base needed to see that. And when I say the team, I don't think Skylar Bell's position was ever in doubt, like his spot on the roster. He's going to be on the team, and he's going to get a game day jersey, I would think, right? I mean, I guess unless something really drastically happened where you're like, man, we just can't play this guy. But I never thought that was the case. What he needed to show last night, though, is that he can step into a role. He can be a contributor. With no Keon Coleman and no Khalil Shakir right now being injured, Skylar Bell is the de facto, basically, number 3 receiver, right? Behind DJ Moore and Josh Palmer. And, in a game, he might be the number 4, the number 5 probably, when everybody's healthy. But he's got to contribute. And he showed last night that he can walk in, he can contribute, and that's with Shane Buechele throwing to him. That's not again with the starting offensive line. Now, I understand the Steelers aren't using their starting defense, but they targeted him intentionally, I think, in this game a lot. He had 10 targets. It's far more than anybody in the game, more than double the next closest guy of the whole game for any team. He had 7 catches, led the entire game for either side, 49 yards, and then he has that end around for a touchdown and shows that he can obviously put the ball in his hands, and obviously he can do some things in a number of different ways for you. So very important, I think, that Skylar Bell had that game. As far as this camp is concerned, I agree with you. And part of it was just opportunity, Jeremy. Like, how much opportunity did he really have in camp in I guess you'd say a bit of a crowded wide receiver room, because they have those other guys I talked about, plus you have other guys fighting for spots, and then he was injured, and he just didn't have the opportunity to be on the field.
Yeah, exactly that, so like opportunity, because I feel like for the other receivers, DJ Moore we're working on chemistry right off the bat. Josh Palmer's probably doing that as well, because he spent so much time injured last year that he's got a lot to prove. Keon Coleman's got a lot to prove. So, you've got a lot of guys in that room that are trying to, make a name or show out a little bit. And Bell, the scouting report on him is that he can play all over the formation, right? Like, they can kind of put him where they want to. So for him to be the third guy, as you said, like kind of the de facto number 3 right now, he's somewhat qualified to fill in for whoever goes out.
Yeah, that's right. I just wonder now, like, if this is it. They have their 5 and they go forward. Now, we also don't know the exact situation on Keon Coleman or Khalil Shakir, but you're right. Joshua Palmer Josh Palmer to me had a really strong camp. I mean, he kind of like solidified that number 3 role, if you will. And, I think you have to be very comfortable right now with what he did in training camp. And if you go DJ Moore, Khalil Shakir, if he's healthy, Josh Palmer, then, you're looking at Skylar Bell, Keon Coleman, and you're right, like moving around the formation, what they can do, different things. We know that with Keon as well. Everybody in this offense, most of the receivers I've talked to, they have to learn everything. They have to be comfortable playing all different spots. And the Bills have flexibility there. I think the questions now become, do they keep a sixth? And those are things that we can talk about here, but there are pros and cons to why they would need to do that, or the reasons to why they would need to do that or not do that.
Sal Capaccio with us. Sal, on guys that did play last night and didn't play yesterday, what do you think was the biggest takeaway from that element of like who Joe Brady put out there and who he used, whether it's someone that's safe or like, I don't know, like Dwayne Carter was out there to the very end. I feel like you could read into that too. Like if guys are out there at the end of the fourth quarter, what it might mean for their statuses this weekend.
I agree with you. I don't think it has to mean that he's not on the team. But I just look at they have numbers there, right? You have Ed Oliver, Deanne Walker. On this note, by the way, what you're talking about, Joe, TJ Sanders didn't play. So does that mean that like they're good with him? Because I think he's had a bit of an underwhelming camp in preseason. He didn't play in the first half of that Carolina game. That was a guy that I looked at and said, man, is that a guy that ultimately maybe they look to move? I don't think they would release him, being a mid-round pick just a year ago. So I think that you look at the numbers there, Dwayne Carter, Landon Jackson, Zane Durant, Greg Gaines now. You can't keep all these guys. You just can't. So Dwayne Carter might be the odd man out when it comes down to it. Now the question is, would you move on from him and just outright release him? Or would you look to trade him? Or do you keep him on the roster because you can release Greg Gaines and just put him back on the practice squad because he's not going to get claimed by anybody, whereas Dwayne Carter would be able to get claimed by somebody. And then you can just kind of see where it goes from there, right? I think a lot of decisions have to be made here. Mike Dana was playing, yesterday, and Javon Solomon wasn't. And not that necessarily we think that Javon Solomon, his roster spot's in jeopardy, but think about the numbers there. Rousseau, Chubb, Hoyt, TJ Parker, Javon Solomon, Mike Dana, who's had a strong preseason. That whole defensive front, whether it's interior or edge, I just think they have a couple too many guys maybe that they feel that we think we have guys who are 53-man roster able, but we can't keep all these guys. So what do you do with them?
Mm-hmm. And you did kind of touch on there the sixth receiver. Will they keep one? Will they not? How do you think that kind of evolved last night? And I think a part of that would likely be what happened on punt return, right? Because Ray Davis muffs one. And I don't know, did you think, Sal, his role there was so solid that one play couldn't undo all of that? Or do you feel like, man, even though it's only one play, like that's a conversation now?
Total conversation. It has to be. If you're Brandon Beane, even if you felt pretty comfortable about what Ray Davis was doing in the punt return game, and I've said it, guys, we all know this, the best case scenario is him winning that job, right? Because the Bills don't have to use another roster spot on somebody. But then you watch last night and that happens. I mean, that's the difference between winning and losing a football game right there, right? What's the number one thing every one of these coaches and front office people say about punt return? I asked this to Joe Brady. What are you looking for in a punt returner? His number one answer, just get us the ball back. Make sure we get the ball.
Punt catcher. Right.
Yeah, you can't have that last night, right? And it's not like a guy who's just been doing it for many years. Mm-hmm. If that was even Brandon Codrington back there, sure, you'd have people go, oh my God, you need somebody else. But he's done it, right? Like, okay, that's a miss. Can't have that. But he's built up a lot of trust. That's not the case with Ray Davis. He has not returned punts in the NFL. He didn't return punts in college. He did it in high school. He was trending well. But yeah, Joe, I think that can undo everything right there. Now, they have some options. So let's talk about what you could do here at wide receiver or in punt return, because I don't know if the punt returner for week 1 is on this roster right now after what I saw last night. Let's remember, cut down day a couple years ago, they traded for Brandon Codrington that day, or at least that week, whenever that was happening. They may have to go out and do that again. The problem is, if you do that, you got to create a roster spot for that guy, because you're not trading for a punt returner who's your number 3 receiver. You know what I mean? Like, you got to create a roster spot for him. So if you're going to do that, then why not just keep Mecole Hardman? Because you could do that as well. Or the other option is you have Khalil Shakir and you have Keon Coleman still on your roster. I would not be stunned if Khalil Shakir is returning punts week 1, but that doesn't have to be what it looks like week 4. If that, until you figure out what you want to do, you can put Khalil Shakir back there. You can put Keon Coleman back there. But I just don't know if you can put Ray Davis back there right now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Sal, about Coleman or, Shakir. Maybe they're in the same bucket here. Shakir, I would imagine, will get a lot of snaps. I feel like Coleman's snap count for the year, if we were to just project it, won't it likely be lower than last year? He played a lot. When he's on the field, when he's healthy, he plays a lot. And I imagine that number comes down. And punt return, to me, seems like a good idea because he does have a lot of experience doing it. Has anybody suggested why they might be hesitant to? I mean, it happened a little bit at camp, but we've not. Have we seen it in a preseason game?
You mean talking about him returning punts?
Yeah, returning punts. He did it in the regular
last year. I think we saw it last year in the preseason, didn't we?
He did it in the regular season.
Which game?
He did in the regular season. That's
18.
right. He did.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the first flirting with the idea. Like to me, it seems like if you want to save that roster spot, the whole idea is to have that guy be a rostered player. Here's a guy that has extensive experience, but they seem reluctant to do it with Coleman.
That's correct. And that just simply might be the trust factor with Keon Coleman, which goes beyond the football field, right? You know what I mean? Like if you're going to put somebody back there with a key spot, catch the ball, do everything right, I think you have to have complete faith and trust that you're putting the right person back there to make the right decisions. And if he's shown that he's not making the right decisions off the field, then that can carry on the field. Whether that's fair or not, I just tell you that's the way coaches think a lot of times, right? So maybe that's the case, maybe it's not. On his snap count, though, last year, I'm looking at it now, Khalil Shakir, 56% led the Bills in wide receivers. Keon Coleman was next at 51. No one else even touched, no one even was at 40. So I agree with you that, I think pecking order-wise, he'll be below that, but I don't know, 51%. Maybe it's because he was inactive for a couple of games, but when he was on the field, so let's just say he's healthy every game. Yeah, he was on the field for a lot of the snaps. He was basically your leading snap count guy every game he was healthy, on the field, available, not benched or something like that. So I would think that that's not going to be the case of this year. That's going to be DJ Moore. That's going to be Khalil Shakir, provided everybody's healthy. And I think that could even be Joshua Palmer outpacing him. As far as the punt return, though, is concerned, sure, you could put him out there. I think the best option for this team right now might be Khalil Shakir. I just don't know if you want to keep him there if he's going to be doing so much for you at wide receiver, which is a discussion we've had before.
Yeah. I am thinking a lot about your point about, they might just bring somebody in like they did a couple of years ago. And I don't know where they stand with this guy, but I did just search while we were talking here that Brandon Codrington is, in a battle in Houston for punt returner, and he might not win that job. So, I don't know if they would just bring him back.
When is our former Bill, future Bill draft?
He might be a first-round pick in that.
I don't know. I agree, guys. A lot's going to happen between now and Sunday, and then Sunday at 6 p.m. A lot's going to happen right after that when guys are subject to waivers, and I just don't know. The rub is, of course, if you do that, you got to create a spot, right? And I don't know where that comes from. So we're talking about sixth receiver here. I think Trent Sherfield has a legitimate shot to make this roster. And that's not because he's not a return man. He's a core special teamer, I think, possibly for this team. They have to figure out how many they want to keep. And do you have the quote-unquote luxury of keeping a guy like that as your sixth receiver? Because that's what they did with Tyrell Shavers last year in a lot of ways, right? Tyrell Shavers was a guy that was on this team mainly for special teams, but could contribute when you needed him in the passing game. Something happens early in a game, guy rolls his ankle. Now you have the extra guy on the roster you can do it with, even though he's out there for a lot of the special teams roles. And they trust Trent Sherfield. Trent Sherfield is just the kind of guy that you could put him on the field in that special teams role, and you're going to be very comfortable with him. And if he's got to run some snaps and routes for you, you can throw him the ball. And I wonder if he's a guy that they wind up making a decision on keeping on the roster.
It's funny. If Tyrell Shavers hadn't torn his ACL, Sal, I feel like we would have zero conversations about who's making the team at receiver. Right? He would just be the sixth guy.
Probably right.
Right.
They would keep six, right? Yeah, they would keep six. Right. I mean, I agree with you. They'd probably be keeping 6 wide receivers if Tyrell Shavers was healthy.
What did you make of Max Hairston playing yesterday? Did it feel like that was more just because reps due to injury more than any competition-related things?
Yeah, so I'll just go back to, draft night. They draft Davison Igbinosun, second-round pick. There's a groundswell of, okay, they must not have a lot of faith in Max Hairston. Brandon Beane says, we felt corner was our most needed position. I think a lot of people took that as they didn't have faith in Max Hairston. What he was basically saying was, you look around the roster, from top to bottom of the roster, we don't have much. We have to have more depth. We have to have more quality depth. Look what has happened in the playoffs the last few years. You're going to, unfortunately, miss a guy here or there, whether that's Hairston or Benford. That's going to happen at some point in the year. You just have to know that's the nature of the beast and the nature of the business. As the camp and preseason rolled on, I've always maintained I don't think Max Harrison is in danger of losing his starting job unless he just falls flat on his face. And, oh, by the way, Davison Igbinosun has to kind of bang that door down. Look, I think Max Harrison has struggled at times this camp. I also think he's had some pretty good moments when you go back to training camp. Now, the last couple of weeks, I do think the gap is closed. I think IGB has closed that gap with Max Harrison the last couple of weeks. But I also don't think IGB has been lights out and somebody who you go, oh, my God, you have to put this guy on the field. Joe Brady said after the game last night, Max Harrison is our starting corner. I believe they want that to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to be week 1. That doesn't mean it's going to be week 3, week 5, whatever. This is Max Harrison's job until in games it starts to hurt them and or Davison Igbinosun basically gives you a reason to not you have to have him on the field basically. So yeah, I think Max Harrison is the starter opposite Christian Benford. Davison Igbinosun is your number 3, and I think Kenai Walker right now is your number 4 boundary corner, and you're probably to me moving on or at least releasing and trying to get back Toriano Pride. But those two guys are in the battle right there.
Did you think linebacker changed it all last night? The numbers there?
It's a really tough one. I've been going through my 53 today. We've talked about this before. I mean, the Bills have a choice if they want to keep 4 or 5 linebackers. If they keep 5, Joe Andreessen and Keontae Jenkins are on this team. If they keep 4, they have a decision to make between Joe Andreessen and Keontae Jenkins. And unfortunately for Joe, he was banged up and didn't play. Now, let's assume Joe Andreessen is healthy enough that they don't put him on IR to start the year, because that could happen. You could save a roster spot, you put him on IR, and that kind of makes the decision for yourself. If he is healthy enough, this guy was number 2 in the league in special teams tackles last year. He's a main special teams guy. I listened to what Jim Leonard said about him last week, and last week after Jim Leonard talked, I'm like, oh, like Joe Andreessen's on this team, just by the way he talked about him. And, I know that they talk highly about their players, but it just seemed like different the way he was talking about Joe. As of right now, I think they keep 5. I'm looking at it. I'm doing it. I'm kind of going through all the different scenarios for me. I think they keep 5. I think Joe and Keontae Jenkins are both on the roster. Now, the thing that Joe has over Keontae Jenkins is Joe can play both spots, and you can put him at the mic. Keontae's really just more of a will. And, if you want a little more depth everywhere, you can have Joe Andreessen also be a guy that can fill in for the mic spot as well.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Outline. Injuries, Sal? Did we get through everybody that might have gotten hurt?
I think so. So, guys, other than the guys who have been banged up already going into the game, I think the Bills got out of this preseason relatively healthy. I mean, there are no, really significant injuries that we think are going to keep anybody out week 1, unless Connor McGovern does, which is possible.
Yep.
We don't know about Keon. He was out of the boot last night, though, during pregame, walking around, no boot on.
Mm-hmm.
That's good news. So it feels like, again, like one of the things you want to do in the preseason is get out of it healthy. And I think the Bills did here for the most part.
It would be guys that might be more like, and this could kind of shape the roster cut down decisions, like Jude Bowery, right? Like that's an IR candidate. And also, this was maybe at the very end of the game, Sal, but that Zane Durant went into the medical tent and his arm was dangling.
Injury?
Yeah.
I'll look at that one. I didn't see that one. I do know Cedric Van Pran Granger's been banged up, and he could be a guy that is an IR candidate as well. So, yeah, sometimes these decisions are made for you, right? Unfortunately, because injuries do happen. Shane Zylstra, I think, also was limping off the field towards the end of the game on that final drive. Not that he was going to make the roster, but just a tight end, a depth tight end right there. So. There are a couple of guys I think you have to look at that could wind up being, on IR. And again, you have a couple spots to play with there where you can put guys on IR and they can come back after 4 weeks. They don't have to make the 53. You don't have to do that go sit in the parking lot thing with somebody else because of it. So they have some options here on what they want to do. Between now and Sunday, it's going to be interesting. The Bills could start making cuts today for all we know. They can make cuts today, tomorrow. They just have to be at 53 by 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Lastly, who's the punter?
Blowout,
that's
right?
Tommy Doman.
Blowout.
I'd be pretty darn surprised. It always would surprise me if Tommy Doman wasn't the punter. They invested a draft pick in him. They did a lot of work on punters. They identified him. And then Mitch Wisnowski, he has a not so good punt, and then there's a chance for another one because of the penalty, and that one went 19 yards.
19
You just can't have that happen. Tommy Doman is an invested draft pick. He's a young guy, and He had one punt that wasn't great, but the other 3 I thought were good, and he put 2 inside the 20. One of them was so perfectly placed at the 10-yard line. And then you have the holding aspect. And how about this, guys? Tommy Doman had 6 kickoffs last night.
I was just going to ask that because Bass didn't do that last year, and I noticed Doman doing it yesterday, and I don't think there were any bad ones.
And he did it in college. He did it at Michigan. He did it at Florida. I think he did it in both spots. But, when they drafted him, that was one of the things that I made sure to kind of talk about a lot, which was this guy has some flexibility to be a kickoff guy if you want him to. And last year, as you said, Tyler Bass, well, let's go back to Matt Prater last year. Matt Prater last year, he's the kicker, but he gets hurt. So they use him for field goals towards the end of the year, but not kickoffs. If that happens for your kicker, Mitch Wisnowski kicked off last year, I think, in the Cleveland game. Like, if you can have a punter who can do that for you in this new wave of an age of how we do kickoffs, I just think it's so much more of a ability for you to keep that guy in the roster. And I think Tommy Doman's the guy they're going to keep.
Sal Capaccio, the preseason ends on to Houston. So we'll check out this weekend, down to 53, maybe some trades, maybe some movement. And Sal's got you covered at our website, WGR550.com, with the up arrow down. Thank you, Sal. We'll talk next week.
All right, you got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio. Preseason is over. Now football's back. Kind of.
When they touch the field, when they're lining up for kickoff in Australia.
Yeah, they're tonight. Washington and Baltimore, Houston, Carolina, Atlanta, Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, the Giants and the Jets, and the Saints and Cowboys, and the Seahawks and Chiefs, and the Bengals and Eagles, and the Cardinals and Packers, and Vikings and Broncos.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
Saturday is just
2 games.
2 games.
The doubleheader, Detroit, Indy, and Chicago, Tennessee.
I mean, you're competing with week 0.
True.
You want to go up against Belichick, against TCU. Everyone in college football in TV the last 2 days that I've seen is like, hey, he's getting fired this year.
Belichick?
Yeah. Like, might not survive the year. Sad end.
What a weird. Everything about it's still weird.
So strange. Yep.
Get a break in. 803-0550. On Hellebuck and his public trade request, you want to join us on that? We got time for you, of course. Jump in on this Friday. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Do the Sabres have to do this?
That's what I was going to get to. I think they maybe kind of have to do it. Look at the division and what everybody else in the division has done, aside from like Ottawa and Detroit. Everybody's better. Everybody. Tampa got better. They got Carlson in to replace Radish. That's good. Now Hedman should be back. Maybe that's a little up in the air. Florida, I mean, I don't have to say anything there. Toronto's better. McKenna could be scary. You have got competition more than you have had even in years past when this division was great. You've had an offseason where you've offloaded 2 of your veteran pieces that helped you win in the playoffs, and you've got a fan base that is finally back alive and ready to go, and they were ready for a big offseason, and you didn't give it to them. And now, like, it feels a little bit like you're getting gift-wrapped the move. Like, here, guys, this is it. This is your shot of electricity back into the fan base right before the season starts. It's the best guy on the planet at his position, in a position where you're frankly kind of weak. Not last year was good, but it's not. I would not call it their strength by any means. I think it's their weakest unit. And listen, you want to win. This is what teams that want to win do. This is it. I think they kind of have to do this.
I'm with you, and I think the price coming down,
maybe
might have to happen because I just don't see the market. Who takes their first punt return of the season?
I'm going to sign me up for Keon Coleman. I mean, they didn't give him that many opportunities, but he has done it before.
Right.
He did it in college. He was good at it in college.
Yeah, he was good at it in college.
Is the only argument against him doing it that they expect him to be on the field so much otherwise? Because
Well, what's his snap count going to be this year? Is it going to be lower than it's been the last 2 years? His spot is being played by DJ Moore now.
Yeah.
Like, he's playing a different role. I'm not saying he won't be on the field. I'm just saying I'm always on the outside boundary receiver. Like, DJ Moore is going to be that guy. So Coleman is now playing what? The Curtis Samuel role?
I mean, he'll probably get more snaps than Curtis Samuel. Is he not playing the Josh Palmer role, and Palmer's now playing the Samuel role?
Let's see. He played last year's tough because it's impacted a lot by him being injured. But I mean, when he is active, he's often playing like 80% of the snaps. What's that number this year? Is it 60?
65.
I think you can give him four punt returns a game. I mean, they've felt comfortable enough doing it with Shakir. While Shakir's been a regular player.
Yeah.
I mean, have they wanted to do that? It's always been the question, though. Like, did they do the Shakir punt return role because they just felt like he's the only guy that they're comfortable with? That's probably more of it. But I like the Coleman idea because he was good at it in college, and I think it's another way for him to provide value on this team, which I would be looking for if I were looking for ways for him to give me value right now.
Yeah, get the ball in his hands.
Wouldn't it be more, do they trust him with the decisions on when to field the ball and whether you're going to be catching the ball?
Because I think you would trust him. He's got a high football IQ from all accounts, but
he has drop problems.
There's no bigger built-in separation than being the punt returner.
2-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Bouchel. Pressure coming. Throws. And it is caught for the 2-point play. Dante Pettis.
That's a wrap on the preseason for the Bills as they bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter where Shane Bouchel led a game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, the leading rusher and receiver, with 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions for 49 yards. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuyck officially has requested a trade from the Jets in a statement yesterday. And around the NFL, the Colts, they activated Alec Pierce with the ankle injury from the active PUP list. The Seahawks signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension. In the Ringers, Tom Pelissero reports that Brown County District Attorney has formally charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Yeah, I think that fourth quarter kind of embodied so much of what we've talked about, right? Like, I care so much about those guys in the locker room. Like, we're not going to pick and choose when we want to compete. And there's a lot out there that, wasn't good enough tonight, right? And that are going to, but we're down by 2 scores. Guys don't blink, go down, score, go for 2. We want our defense on the field in a 2-minute situation. And they didn't blink and made the opportunities. And so there's so much to be proud of for those guys. Some of those guys might not even play football again, and I wanted to make sure they did everything they can to play good football. And so learned a lot about just the mindset of both our starters, just how they were on the sidelines, but just the makeup of the football team. Yeah, look.
We want our defense out there in the 2-minute drill. I've not felt that way in a long time.
Yeah, he was calling timeouts at the end of the first half. Joe Brady, the Steelers are trying to run the clock out on the half. It's a preseason game. There's 30 seconds left. They're on their own 10. Joe Brady calls timeout. All right, come on.
I like it.
Really?
I like it. Force their hand. Here's one thing from the preseason we have to figure out in time if they do. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. Bills win. 3 times they chose to receive the first half kickoff.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Or at least they won the toss 3 times. Yeah, that's how it was. They won the toss 3 times. They chose to receive all 3 times. Is that something anybody out there wants them to continue to do?
Opening game against the Texans. They win.
If I'm not mistaken, Brady and the Bills were as good as anybody in the league on their opening drive.
Right.
If you knew you're going to be the best opening drive team in football,
right,
would you want the ball first to try and set the tone, put the pressure on right away? The Bills get the ball and score. We're a team. We want the ball first. Pretty much everybody defers.
Yes.
The double dip would be gone. We would forever say goodbye to the double dip by grabbing the ball first.
Mm-hmm.
I, for one, hope they do not start to take the ball first. But I'm sure there are people out there that like it, set the tone.
I'd rather defer.
Again, 3 for 3 in the preseason. That could very well just be, it's the preseason, I'm going to get my offense out there, and then get Josh Allen off the field. Or get Kyle Allen off the field, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's go out there. I thought Josh was going to call plays. Turns out he didn't. But
no, he didn't call a single play, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Is he disappointed? Is there tension between the coach and quarterback? Allen loses play calling duties after 0 calls.
Mm-hmm.
No. Anyway, I don't want them to take the ball first, but they did it 3 times in the preseason.
Yeah, I don't. And maybe they're just doing the old smoke screen. They want the Texans to think they're going to take the ball first when they're really not. I mean, if you're the best first drive team in the league, I'm not really sure it matters that much whether you take the ball first or second, as long as you are the best first drive team in the league. So, ask your quarterback. What does Josh want? Does he want to get right out there?
No, don't ask your quarterback.
Don't ask your quarterback? Oh, because he's going to say yeah.
Stop,
you're right, he's going to say yes.
Let's just stop letting him make every decision, right? What does he think of the uniforms? What does he think of the end zones? What does he think of, let's take something off his plate. Let's take something off his plate. We got this one. We don't need to ask you your opinion on this.
What he's going to do on the toss.
Anyway, we'll get some calls in here. Jonathan in Hamburg on this. All right, hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, guys. So this is kind of an odd one, but kind of going back to what you guys were just talking about here. If they do regularly take the first half kickoff, they should go the way of Boise State from years ago when they were putting up with Kellen Moore tons of points. They would always go for 2 points when they would score that first touchdown to get that early advantage.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way it makes sense. I don't like it, but that's the only way it would make sense, at least to me.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. How about it? We're going to take the ball first every time, and if we score a touchdown, we're going for 2. Last time that happened, I can remember only one off the top of my head, and it's the Patriots-Hurricane game when New England scored a touchdown and went for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And it was maybe because they didn't think they could make an extra point in the wind.
Okay.
Because they scored going into the wind.
Yes.
On a big, long Damian Harris touchdown run.
Yes.
And then they went for 2.
Right. That sounds right.
I don't know if there's another time the Bills, on their opening drive, just decided to go for 2. Was there a kicker injury? They didn't want to give it to Ray Davis when he kicked extra points?
Mm-hmm. There was a Warren Sharp study, if you will, a couple of years ago about scoring first, or taking the ball first versus deferring, and it's a pretty small advantage, but it's a slight advantage for deferring.
What is it, like 2%?
It's basically that you're getting half an extra play per game by taking the ball, by deferring. Rather, like in a game, you're getting an extra. You're not even getting a full extra play, which is why it's like it's really more, I guess, about emotional advantage than there's really nothing statistically.
Gamesmanship, what you would prefer.
Yeah,
you want to, no matter the score, when you come out from halftime, like, all right, we're starting with the ball.
Right.
If you're tied at the end of the first half, you feel good getting the ball. If you're winning, you feel great. If you're losing, okay, we get the ball. Like, getting the ball always feels good, and maybe teams just psychologically. Like, why did Madden players do it? That's where it comes from.
Right.
Long before everybody in the NFL started deferring the opening kickoff, everybody that played Madden around the world deferred the opening kickoff. Why do we all do it? Because you feel like if you get one stop, you're already leaning on them the rest of the game.
Yes.
One stop's all it takes, and you are in control. It's kind of like, I know it's not exactly like this, but it's, you like starting a series on the road because if you get one win, bang, you're in control.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. I guess the biggest example of a time where I didn't like how it went and the greatest negative impact on what you get by deferring is you are quicker to the game getting out of hand. Remember the Cincinnati playoff game? Cincinnati gets the ball first, right? And they drive down and score. And all my offense needs is one bad drive. And now, bang, it's 14-0. I already feel like I'm out of the game, or I'm chasing the game. And before my offense has seen the ball for a second time. And I remember that game thinking, like, man, my offense has run 3 plays. And I already feel like I'm out of this game. I'm down 14-0. And that, of course, is a negative impact of deferring that you'll get sometimes, but not, in how many instances is it going to be where the other team scores 2 touchdowns first and the Bills go 3 and out? It's going to be pretty rare.
You would think.
Yeah.
And if you go 3 and out in the opening drive, right, you're down 7-0 with 3 plays, but you get the chance to respond. I don't anticipate that they'll do it. Maybe they'll just vibes it. How do we like the matchup?
Flip a coin.
Home versus road.
Bring a coin out to the coin toss, your own coin, and if you win the first coin toss, then you flip a coin to see which you're going to decide.
All right, Please call it. Hold on. I'm flipping a coin.
I'm flipping my own coin to decide. Yeah, there you go.
We got a new nickname on the Bills. You had it at the break?
Tommy Doman?
Yeah.
I saw a tweet. The Dominator.
What do you think? Pass, fail?
Terrible.
not a fan of the Dominator?
No, terrible, right?
I feel like it works.
No.
Dominator in Buffalo.
You got to be better. You can't be the punter. No offense to punters. You got to be a star player for a nickname like that, right?
The Doman Empire. Nah,
Also terrible.
That's terrible.
That one might be worse.
I'm thinking
Tommy Punts.
Tommy Punts.
I like Tommy Punts better than I like the Dolman Empire. Yeah.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Joe Kelly's here. Owen's here. Most of the day in the chat, our YouTube chat, has been spent arguing about 13 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have
Now,
noticed.
you just never know what's going on in there.
It's
Yes.
unbelievable.
Most of the day in the YouTube chat
let me check in
has
here.
been a select few arguing about 13 seconds.
I think that
Very
happens
exciting.
about once a month. That it's just, today's 13 seconds day. All right,
Yes,
great.
right.
Thanks, everybody.
Right.
I'm really glad we have to talk about
they're
this.
just-
Once in a while. I mean, I'm going away for a fantasy football draft this weekend with 12 other guys, and I expect there to be at least a half-hour conversation at some point about 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Really?
Because it happens every year. Every year, like we'll spend. It doesn't. We don't never know when. It could be around the fire. It could be in the morning. There will be a 30-minute conversation about 13
When
seconds.
that happens, do you walk away or do you get in it?
No, I'm on the outskirts of that one.
Yeah.
Unless if I hear something crazy that can get me to interject, and then I regret it the rest of the.
Yeah,
the
once
rest
you're
of the
in,
time.
you're in. There's
Yeah.
no backing out after you join.
You really gotta try to not enter in. But if you hear something nuts,
Yeah,
then it's like, oh, what are we doing here?
Exactly. It's like you're trying to just. These people are crazy. I need to just stay away from that. This is too crazy. I need to put a stop to it.
Yeah.
And it never ends well.
Well, happy 13 seconds day to the chat. When's Owen Power Day? Is that next week? Probably someday next week?
Yeah, probably someday next week. I did get a
Mount
chat.
Rushmore of,
I got a guy arguing about Owen Power with me.
Today?
Some guy tried to come in and say that the Sabres are worse than the Jets were last year now. I said, that's hilariously wrong. The decor, whatever. And he's like, oh, well, Owen Power, because Owen Power's so good. Like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, the Mount Rushmore of chat topics. Owen Power, 13 seconds.
And then we'll need two more.
What else, Owen? What are the other two big topics in there?
We have some
Conspiracy theories
Yes.
will come up.
The random name days where we just run
Oh
through.
yeah, they like the remember a Steeler yesterday. They were
Okay.
very
Remember,
active.
guys.
We have a new Tommy Doman nickname, the Pillsbury Dome Man.
That's bad.
Nah,
That's really horrible.
That might be the worst one.
There you go.
That might be worse than the Dome
It
and
might be
Empire.
horrific.
Yeah.
If you need a or a reason to come into our YouTube chat, folks, here it is.
How about the greatest Doman?
How about Tommy Hang
The
Time?
greatest Doman.
The
That's
greatest
great.
Doman.
The greatest Doman's pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Tommy Hanks?
Tommy Hang Time.
Tom Hangs.
Tom Hanks.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very good.
Bring on the season.
Yes, please.
We got 2 more weeks.
Give me a real game.
Get this team into Houston already. All right. 803-0550. On the other side, more of your phone calls. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Song stinks. Just want that for the record again.
So this is a little inside joke where Joe Kelly plays Susu Studio occasionally and sees if Joe notices.
Yes.
Because I did it one time to Bulldog that annoyed him.
He
Now
told me
I am.
we were watching the Sabres Senators game thinking they were going to clinch, and he's like, oh, there's this one song. We did an Easter candy draft to Susudio, and I hated it, and I know Bulldog did too. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to play it.
So
now it plays once a day.
Wait a minute. I have a question, though, because I know of this bit. I know often he plays it and you don't even notice it.
Yes.
That does happen.
Hold
yeah.
on. Have you ever played it twice in a day and he didn't notice?
No.
Okay.
No, I haven't gone that
Because
far.
I feel like I notice it so often now, and now I get annoyed.
I think you're just hearing other songs and like it's in your head.
Every day I hear it. I'm just like, I guess Joe's not going to notice this time.
No, he tries not to.
Follow up from a conversation, yesterday or a couple days ago?
Mm-hmm.
We have the chicken and waffle Oreo in the studio right now.
We do.
We have a box of them. So, yeah.
I'm excited.
Here's
scared.
a little bit of pre-information. Joe Callie in the break's like, oh, by the way, I have the chicken and waffle Oreos if you want to try them. He digs them out of his mailbox. There's only 3 left.
Yes.
I need to know who went to town.
These are
on
getting
these.
housed.
Yes.
That
The
also
thing
means
was
they're
full.
That also means they're good.
They must be good.
No way they're good.
Owen took a sniff in the break and grimaced.
Maple syrup.
It smells fine.
It smells like maple syrup.
We're going to eat this chicken and waffle Oreo right now. We each have a piece.
Okay.
I'm going to be disappointed if I don't taste some chicken because I bet it's just mostly like a maple syrup cookie.
That's
And
my,
if I don't
that's
taste
my
any
hunch
chicken,
also.
then I'm going to be upset.
I think the cookie's going to pretty salty. I think from what I remember, I took a nibble.
The chicken smell is emanating from the. That's what's making me.
All right, you guys go. I'm going to go first because we can't all go because
have
then no
much-
one can talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that seems
We all
like a
just
bad
chewing.
plan.
Yeah,
Mike.
we're all
All right,
just
me and Joe are gonna
ASMR.
watch you guys first. Is what's gonna happen. Oh wow, that's a good crunch.
Oh,
Very
no.
good crunch.
All right, Owen, you ready?
I think
hang
so.
on, we got to let it
we
go.
gotta let them sit with it for a minute here.
There's a lot more chicken than I thought there would be.
You know what?
See, now I don't want to eat it.
Yeah.
There's some chicken.
There's some chicken.
It doesn't.
Way more chicken than
You
I was
ready?
expecting.
It doesn't disappoint. It's sweet and savory.
It's good.
It's good, and there's some chicken in there.
For the amount of chicken flavor
Look at
in
Owen.
here, it's pretty good.
Don't spit it out.
This is bad.
That's forced. That's
No,
no way it's spit out.
It's too salty.
It's the cross.
salty.
It's not that it's overpowering. It's just it doesn't. It's weird.
Once you
That's
start to
weird.
chew, it actually isn't bad, though. I will say.
I don't
So,
really even think I got that.
My
far.
cookie broke apart when I bit it, which is
no.
uncovering that there's 2 different colors of cream inside here.
Yeah.
So it's almost like we got one layer of
One's chicken
maple.
broth, and the other's maple syrup. That are
No,
great.
it's obviously it's light meat, dark meat. Come on, you got to get them both in there.
The idea that one of these is like some different textured
One's
chicken
butter.
broth is now kind of grossing me out.
Right.
But it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't think I would eat a whole pack of them like somebody did, but
Somebody in their house.
I brought it in full.
I will
yesterday.
go on record as saying I think the Trader Joe's maple sweet potato dog treats are better.
Really? We still have to try
Impossible.
those.
I got to
at some
bring those
point.
in.
At least those are one thing.
I got to bring those in because you guys got to eat those. I'll be forever vindicated for eating a dog cookie.
yeah, this is chicken and waffles.
I'm looking at a quarter of it, and I want to launch it into the sun.
The chicken did not disappoint. All right, hey, preseason football. What do you do? Eat chicken cookies.
Messed up, man.
Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker, Joe Callie here. Hellebuck. We got to do the hellometer.
Also-
We got to bust out the graphic.
Also, have you noticed what former Bill has been on Get Up this morning?
No.
Don't look up at the TV. Maybe I have you guess at that.
Is it Stevie Johnson?
It's not Stevie Johnson. No.
A former Bill is on Get Up this morning.
A former Bills first-round pick.
EJ Manuel?
No. No, he's been on Get Up before. I wouldn't have asked if it was EJ.
Oh, it's somebody that's been on
Brand
before?
new. This is brand. I've never seen.
never
I've-
seen him before.
I have never seen this person on TV
All right, all right.
ever.
Give me time to think about it, and
All right.
I'll have the answer.
All right.
The entire philosophy behind trading for this player is that it takes away any questions you have about the position. And that is not something that most teams can ever say. It's like 5 teams in the league can say, we've got a goalie, we know he's going to play in the play. Like, that is our guy. There's not that many of those guys, and this is one of them. And that can be a big load off not just your team on the ice. Like, that's very good for confidence in terms of defending and knowing what you've got back there. That's huge. But it's also like the general manager doesn't have to worry about it. Like, the coach doesn't have to be like, what am I going to get in net tonight? Are we going to be okay? Is our guy going to lose the game for us? With Hellebuck, every night, just about. Obviously, there's going to be nights that everybody's got bad nights. 5 nights a year, Hellebuck will have a bad night. But other than that, you're going to have a chance to win, and you've got about a 25% chance that he's just going to dominate and win the game for you. And that is not what they have now. What they have now is there's a 75% chance you're going to be having a pretty good game that's going to give you a chance to win, and maybe 10% of the time your guy's going to win it for you. This changes that math, and that can be very valuable. Whether it's valuable enough to pay the price that they've been asking, which I think has to go down now, that's the question.
Do the Sabres have to do this?
That's what I was going to get to. I think they maybe kind of have to do it. Look at the division and what everybody else in the division has done, aside from like Ottawa and Detroit. Everybody's better. Everybody. Tampa got better. They got Karlsson in to replace Radish. That's good. Now Hedman should be back. Maybe that's a little up in the air. Florida, I don't have to say anything there. Toronto is better. McKenna could be scary. You have got competition more than you have had even in years past when this division was great. You've had an offseason where you've offloaded 2 of your veteran pieces that helped you win in the playoffs, and you've got a fan base that is finally back alive and ready to go, and they were ready for a big offseason, and you didn't give it to them. And now, like, it feels a little bit like you're getting gift-wrapped the move. Like, here, guys, this is it. This is your shot of electricity back into the fan base right before the season starts. It's the best guy on the planet at his position, in a position where you're frankly kind of weak. Not last year was good, but it's not. I would not call it their strength by any means. I think it's their weakest unit. And listen, you want to win. This is what teams that want to win do. This is it. I think they kind of have to do this.
I'm with you, and I think the price coming down,
maybe
might have to happen because I just don't see the market.
Two-point conversion. Van Sumeren in motion. Bouchel. Pressure coming. Throws. And it is caught for the two-point play. Dante Pettis.
That's a wrap for the preseason for the Bills as they bested the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-27 in a nail-biter where Shane Bouchel led the game-winning drive. Skylar Bell, the leading rusher and receiver, with 1 carry for 28 yards and a touchdown, and 7 receptions for 49 yards. Tyler Bass also made every kick, 2 for 2 on field goals and 2 for 2 on extra points. In the NHL, Connor Hellebuck officially has requested a trade from the Jets in a statement yesterday. And looking around the NFL, the Ringer's Tom Pelissero reports that the Brown County District Attorney has formally charged Packers running back Josh Jacobs with 2 misdemeanors related to his May arrest. The Lions coach Dan Campbell said Isaiah Pacheco is dealing with a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain. And the Colts, they activated Alec Pierce dealing with the ankle injury from the active PUP list. Seahawks also signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year, $90 million contract extension. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's WGR.
Skylar Bell bursts onto the scene, his first action in a Buffalo Bills uniform. 7 for 77. Touchdown on the ground. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We just ate a chicken and waffle Oreo.
Delicious.
No regrets.
None whatsoever for me.
I'm in the mood to try more stuff now. What else can we do? What do you got?
Can we get our hands on that Oreo chicken sandwich that's making the rounds on social media?
It's in China, right?
Yeah, we'd have to get to China for that one. That'd be a tough ask. But
I would try that.
Leave now. We'll get back by Monday. No.
Right. It's a pretty big trip.
Yeah. Food tasting. It's an idea. During the season, we might be a little busy, but
true. Stadium's got a bunch of new food, right?
Yes. Yeah, the food tasting at the stadium, like there was nothing, everything was great. There was nothing though that was like so outlandish that like there was no you were off last week. We talked about fair foods for a minute and it came up that was it Minnesota? I think it was the Minnesota State Fair has a pulled pork sandwich with a giant piece of green cotton candy attached to the top.
I would.
You would do that one?
Yeah. No, it's cotton candy.
It was by the way, it was pickle flavored cotton candy.
Ooh. All right.
Like no pickles on the pulled pork sandwich. It was pulled pork. It was pickled cotton candy.
They simply changed the form of the pickle
from a pickle
because a pickle's good on a pulled pork sandwich,
right?
In the right scenario.
For the form was changed from a pickle to cotton candy.
You've already sold me. I'll eat it. What former Bills first round pick is on?
Don't look up.
Is on ESPN's Get Up right now.
Although I don't even know if you would know him by face.
This is a new
never seen
media
him.
Relationship we're seeing.
Never. He's on ESPN right now. I've never seen him on television before.
What Bills first round pick would I not know by his face?
No, I think you might know him by his face.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm saying don't look up because he's on TV right now with Mike Greenberg and the others. Yeah,
and he's just now in the media.
I think he might just be an analyst now. Yeah.
All right.
Take a guess. What Bills first round pick is now maybe working for ESPN as an analyst on Get Up?
It's probably got to be Shaq Lawson.
It's not Shaq Lawson.
It's got to be. How far back are we going here? Dante Whitner?
Bang. Yeah, you got it.
Dante Whitner.
Dante Whitner is just a football analyst now?
All right.
Would you have known him by his face?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what was tough about it, is like who's a big enough name to rate to be on TV, and I guess I would have thought maybe he wouldn't have been. Although he played in the league for a long time, right?
Yeah. Buffalo and Cleveland. Anywhere else? Any other stops along the way?
He was on the Niners for a while.
That's right.
Did he even win? Well, no, they didn't win the Super Bowl. He played in the Super Bowl, didn't he? Because didn't he get beat by I think he gave up a big touchdown in the Super Bowl against the Ravens. I don't remember who it was, but yeah, maybe that was the player that got him. Dante Whitner. is on TV now.
803-0550. Joe and I have a best ball draft tomorrow.
We do. You're not that experienced in the best ball.
By
category.
not that experienced, I have never played a best ball fantasy football league other than drafting one for Underdog and checking in at the end of the year to see what happened. But never really truly done best ball. And for those of you that don't know, you draft your team. You never set a lineup. Whoever has the best scores goes in. It's your best score of the week is your best score. So
yes,
you draft for a little bit of more boom or bust players, right?
Yep.
Because if you draft a late round boom, that's going to win you your league. So there's a lot of scratch off tickets at the end. So I've got that tomorrow with you. Best ball draft.
They're fun. This one, I think, like many, you don't make roster moves also.
Right.
So, like, your team is your team, which means, like, you gotta kind of pre-plan for injuries a little bit more because you might have a couple spots on your team. But I think the most fun part about it that I like is if you're in a best ball draft or if you're not. Like, I think, one regular league, one dynasty league, one guillotine league, one best ball league. If you can handle 4 teams where one, you don't have to do anything, and the other one, you might get cut by week 4, and then you only have to set 2 lineups anyway.
Yeah.
Best ball, my favorite part of it is you'll have some guy you picked in the 18th round, like this this last year was Tutu Atwell. Like Tutu Atwell is on my team. A guy you would never, ever play in any other format ever. But he's on your bench at the bottom, and he catches one 70-yard touchdown from Matthew Stafford. And you see that touchdown, and you're like, all right, there we go.
Yeah, those points count.
Because he's now in your lineup because those points count when you would have never started him.
And you're not playing against anyone else. It's just point totals.
Yeah,
adding up full-year point totals. So, yeah. So a Tutu Atwell 70-yard touchdown is the same as a Jamar Chase 70-yard touchdown on that team.
Yeah.
So, all right.
It would be in my top 4 of fantasy formats that I think are worth trying.
This year in fantasy, we'll see, there's a couple more weeks here to still get gatewayed into a couple more leagues. I think I'm on like a diet. I'm down to only 6. Last year, I might have gotten all the way up to 11, but I scrapped a couple guillotines that I was running because I didn't want to be a part of that because I would need to pare down when I'm running. I bounced out of the Vampire League that I was in. Said no thank you. I got 3 Dynasty, this best ball, 1 guillotine, 1 redraft. That's it.
It's a good. The wide receiver league went away.
The wide receiver league is gone.
It was only wide receivers.
Yes. We rostered just wide receivers. Waivers were tough.
Oh yeah. Who won that? Joe won that league?
I thought Owen won it. Who won
the wide receiver league? Owen won it.
Owen won it.
Was the only champion ever.
Christian in Wyoming, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
So I had a thought for the preseason, like incentives, making it more watchable. And I was maybe thinking something along the lines of like, if you get 2 out of 3 wins or, a certain player gets a certain amount of minutes, they would get an extra like undrafted roster spot. So like the roster spot would be for someone who's like undrafted, like Kenai Walker.
Okay.
He's just going to make the roster.
He's just going to be on the team, yeah.
But it wouldn't count like towards the 53.
Like the International Pathway Program, but for a different way?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adding that for undrafted players?
Sure.
Yeah. It's an idea.
But then wouldn't a guy at the end, like 7th round,
prefer to not get drafted?
I don't want to be drafted.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that could be a little weird and complicated with that part of it. Yeah, I don't need to tinker with that part of it personally. I thought we were getting to you get an extra 1st round pick if you go undefeated in the preseason, because usually we didn't get a lot of that this preseason.
1st round pick. If it was a 1st round pick, would you want Josh to play?
Like if yesterday had been to determine whether you get an extra 1st round pick?
Yeah. Yes.
No.
He's the, knock on wood, NFL's current Iron Man.
I know. Yeah, but no. No, I need to win. I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I like picks. I'll try to win it without him. How about this? Can I play the first 3 quarters, see how I'm doing, and then decide if he's going to go in?
Right.
Like yesterday, I might have done it. I'm down by 14, fourth quarter. Like, all right, Josh, get in there. That's how I would do it.
You know what they're saying? They're saying that Shane Buechele did what Josh Allen can't do, and that's score at the end of the game. No, I'm kidding, of course.
Wow.
I'm kidding. Just in the playoffs, we seem to have that problem, and it's rarely his fault. In fact, it's probably never been directly his fault. Anyway.
Not at the end of games.
No, not at the end. 803-0550 to join us. Other NFL news, Puka Nacua has been ranked the number 7 player in the NFL Top 100. So Josh is in the top 6.
Mm-hmm. Did McCaffrey go yet?
No, McCaffrey is going high.
It's really high for him.
I am surprised he's still all the way up, like top 6.
He had, and the players are voting on this, and I'm sure the players are not staring at like next gen stats, but like his rush yards over expected numbers and forced missed tackle rate, like all that stuff from last year was really down. He still had value because everybody was hurt there, and he caught 100 passes. Like as a receiver, he was still very good for them. But as a rusher, he had his worst season of his career. And like, okay, he's still gonna. What is he gonna be? Top 5? He can't be top 5. He's got to be like next. But that was a little bit of a strange one to me. Him and Derrick Henry. I mean, we got to be getting near the end here for those two. The 30-year-old running backs. Sometimes you get your Hall of Famers that go further, but I think it's a little strange that he's this high.
Quarterback tiers from Fox NFL, 3 elite.
This was the Steven Ruiz list, I think, because he's now writing for Fox.
Steven Ruiz, yeah, his quarterback tiers.
Yep.
Elite, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar. Franchise carriers, Herbert, Stafford, May, Prescott, Burrow.
Okay.
On the doorstep, Love, Lawrence, Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud. He's higher on Stroud than most. And I think he might be low on Love. Because I think Jordan Love gets a lot of love.
Like one tier higher, 1 tier higher?
Like I think people would, there are plenty that would put him as a franchise carrier.
Because my question to Steven, and maybe he writes about this, I didn't read about every quarterback he wrote about yesterday, would be, what's the difference between Jordan Love and Justin Herbert?
That's a good question.
They're both prolific regular season Love, actually, you can't even really attach the playoff thing to Love because Love's been good in the playoffs. He just hasn't. I mean, he's 1-3. Like the record isn't there. But otherwise, like they're both gifted passers that are probably slept on a little bit athletically, that can make wow passes every single week. Like I think Love is Love also. If you're a stat person, like EPA per play number 1 or 2, it was him and Allen were the top 2 quarterbacks in the league last year. So he would be, I think, deserved to be on that list, on that second tier. Like what Prescott, same thing. Like he's on that level for me.
The second tier?
Yeah,
I think so. He has him in the second tier.
He has Love in the second tier?
No, he has Prescott in the second
tier. Oh yeah.
Sorry,
that's what I meant.
All right, I'm getting impatient on Connor Hellebuck. Has he been traded yet?
Wow, he's got a pretty stubborn general manager.
True. I am guilty of thinking the Hellebuck trade on. Let's do the Hellometer, right?
I also have betting odds on Hellebuck.
Let's get the graphic up now that he's publicly asked for a trade. We definitely have to get out the Hellometer. Is he going to get traded to the Sabres? Hell yeah, or buck no.
Uh-huh.
Where did we last leave him on the Hellometer?
Well, I believe he was sort of one tick to the hell no section.
Oh, it's hell no and buck yeah. Okay,
yeah,
I had it backwards. Hell no and buck
sorry,
yeah.
That was a confusing part of settling this all, but that is what is on the graphic.
Fair.
So.
There's been some serious variance, I feel like, from the start of this one.
I think that's right.
I want to say that no matter what happens, I think the idea is cooler than it is smart. Is that okay? I think it's cool.
I think that's fair.
And if they did it, I would be excited because it seems cool.
What do you think? The price is too big to be smart?
That I don't know. It's almost impossible to evaluate a trade until it's made. You know, if it's very reasonable pieces that I don't feel bad about, then it's a great idea and smart. But
is it smart to trade young, cost-effective players for star players?
If you have a surplus,
well, it's definitely cool
because I think that often doesn't get called smart. It gets called aggressive or gutsy. When a lot of times is it smart for the Rams to trade for Myles Garrett?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it ever called smart? No, it's called gutsy and aggressive.
That's right. It's just like trading down is genius and trading up is always bad.
Right.
Even though on the value chart, we all say, oh, the numbers match.
And I also think you could be really dumb and go, I should trade for Myles Garrett.
Well, if you look,
he's really good.
If you look at trades like that involve 5 pieces, how often do they really all pan out? And are they 5 pieces where the GM that's acquiring the 5 or the 4 pieces is saying, I just need one of these to hit? Let's revisit the Evander Kane trade. Right? It's Kane.
Well, let's try to remember
and
that one.
Bogosian.
Bogosian was in there too.
For Joel Armia. Anything?
Bottom 6 guy.
I mean, he's a solid
bottom
depth
6
player.
Brandon Lemieux.
Nothing.
A pick?
A first-round pick.
know.
Was that Jack Roslovic?
Maybe.
He's pretty good.
Okay.
Drew Stafford.
You win that deal?
He played for them for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Tyler Myers.
Forgot about Tyler Myers.
Big journeyman.
Yeah.
Big journey. He's played for 2 teams in 20 years.
Maybe not journeyman. His play is journeyman like, but he's not been on a journey. Maybe he's a depth guy.
I could get with that.
Like, he's not. He's never been a star.
All right,
but he's like a 4th defenseman.
That's fair. He was there a long time, but you're right.
Yes.
Don't forget the Sabres also got college goaltender Jason Kasdorf in that deal, I think.
Great.
Yeah, one of my worst.
How could you forget?
I've got a buddy who reminds me of the worst tweet I've ever sent that involved him. Something about the Vezina.
Oh, man.
That's a deal where, right, like, yeah, what did Winnipeg end up getting out of it? They got a bottom 6 winger and a second pair defenseman.
Right.
And a draft pick that turned into Roslovic, who's played.
He ended up being a decent player.
Yeah,
he played 600 games in the league.
Yeah.
But how hard is it to replace that guy?
Not that hard.
Like the Sabres in that draft where Roslovic got drafted, they had 2 other picks. They traded one of them for O'Reilly. Let's look at the O'Reilly trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
O'Reilly is JT Compher.
Mm-hmm.
Middle 6 guy.
Mikhail Grigorenko.
Nothing.
Zadorov.
That's a nice piece.
Sure.
Better than Myers, I would say.
Okay.
Pretty similar, though.
So those are both like big trade packages.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this making you feel?
Well,
is this supposed to be making you
the
feel better?
Sabres have been on the other.
I'm not feeling any kind of anything.
The Sabres have been on the other end of these deals, and how has it felt? How do we feel about them? Like, they traded great players. I know they were a lot younger than Hellebuck was.
Eichel for Tuck and Krebs and Ryan
Osland.
Johnson.
Osland.
And
No,
it
that
turns
was
into
O'Reilly.
Oh, sorry.
Osland, yeah. Like, and again, that one, that's not even bad. Tuck was a good player for a long time. Osland might end up being a good player for a long time. But, like, Vegas didn't send anything away that they regret.
Well, not just that, but when you trade pieces away because you're a little stocked, you just have other moves to restock the cupboard.
Right.
Yeah. So
And
the problem the Sabres have, if they have a problem, is you mentioned they have all these centers, and maybe pinning their hopes to one would be something they'd be nervous about. They're not all going to be great. They'll all take ice time from each other. Mm-hmm. If they like Kulich so much, I mean, do they want to see him back and healthy before they feel like all of a sudden they're ready to deal Osland?
The tough thing there is they are both centers, but they are very different types of centers.
Yes.
Like Osland is your. If you traded McLeod away ever, he is your. Paul's been saying it all offseason. He thinks Osland could be a better version of McLeod today.
Right.
Is he as fast?
He's not as fast.
He's I think smarter, which gets him where he needs to be just as fast.
Is Consta the guy that replaces the speed?
Yeah.
Who's the fast guy? I don't want to lose speed. This team got real fast.
Kulich can
hold on, they got real fast, and Tuck and McLeod were a big part of them getting real fast.
That's right.
That's true.
So,
yeah, those two penalty killing together, it's like they would get the puck and they would just go.
Right.
And they would outrace you. None of these centers I would say are slow though. Like, sure, McLeod is like 99th percentile in the league. Like, he might be one of the 5 fastest players in hockey. Mm-hmm. You're not going to match that. But nobody here, Osland, Helenius, and Kulich, I would say are like, plotters. These guys are fine in this department.
Right. Somebody send Hellebuck this graphic that we're using.
Yes.
I know.
So what are we saying? Are the Sabres going to trade for him? You've been very strong on this for a while. Yesterday's a good day for that.
I would at least want him in the middle, if not even a tick to the right.
It's got to be. Got to move.
Yeah,
got to move.
He's got to move to the right.
Are
one or two ticks. To me.
Glove side.
The statement is the huge thing there. Like we got to move it.
I think they are the most likely team to get him, and he's more likely than not to be traded.
I also think Cheveldayoff's statement might even say more to me.
Yeah.
Because to very quickly after have your own statement addressing it and saying we respect his desires publicly. Like a guy asks for a trade, you could just not say anything.
And there was no part of that statement that was Connor's under contractual obligation to play for our team, so we must,
It was
move
we
forward.
respect what he's done.
Right. It was
and
very
we'll
much
work for a solution.
Right. I think it's over. Like maybe this week.
Yeah, probably sooner than later.
Right, this week, but in the next week.
Do they want to get to camp week? I wondered this before yesterday. Like, what happens when camp arrives?
Mm-hmm.
Is he there? Is he there and talking to the media as though, like, I'm here. He's gonna be the good soldier. I'm under contract with the Jets. Like, I'm gonna put my best foot forward. Like that kind of talk. Or will he be there and make it uncomfortable? Like, yeah, I wanted to be traded. You don't get that in hockey that often. Or is he just not gonna show up?
Mm-hmm.
And that you could still ask that question. If he is not traded by day one of training camp, is he there for Winnipeg? He's made it pretty clear he doesn't want to be there anymore.
Right.
So why would he show up?
It's already making it a little uncomfortable if he is there.
I don't think he shows up if he's still on the team when training camp starts. I think he stays wherever he's at.
And if you're Winnipeg, you avoid all that. And that's why I think the statement from yesterday, I'm sure, is this guy doesn't want to be villainized in a place where his jersey number is going to be retired someday. So, like, don't make me out to be the bad guy. We tried to do this private. I asked you to trade me. You still haven't done it. Now I got to go public. And if you push it to camp, now do I got to be the bad guy even more?
Yeah, this, it reminds me of, it's very different, but when Eichel had wanted to be traded and wanted to be moved, and we wondered what was a big step in that process, it was the interview about the doctor explaining how and why it should be done.
Forgot about that.
It was, it's time to tell the world what they won't let me do.
Right.
Here's the doctor. And I know for me, that was a big moment I heard everything I needed here.
Yeah.
They're wrong. He should get what he wants. And if you're not going to give it to him, let him go.
Right.
So, that was court of public opinion, tell the world, whatever. Like that did a lot for me. So maybe this is Hellebuck. This is all right. Fine. We'll let the world know.
Yeah.
803-0550. You said you had trivia today, right?
I do have some Bills trivia. Do we decide where we're moving them?
Hey, do we want
one? Do you want one tick to the right?
One tick to the right, or
do you want to put him right in the middle? Or two?
No,
he's not in the middle.
He's got to be one or two to the right.
Yes.
All right. I'm good with two.
I'm good with two.
I like two.
I like
two to the right.
Let's put this a little.
Oh, baby.
Let's do it.
Until I see a rumor about another team, he should be two ticks to the right.
Yes.
All right.
I like that. The return of the thermometer. Love it.
I will say Colorado was the betting favorite to get him, but betting odds are just betting
Cool.
odds. Right. Sabres are like right there.
That's what I mean by I think it's a cool thing that could happen because if somebody else does it, I'll feel sad because they did something cool.
If Colorado did it.
I just want the Sabres to be cool. They were cool last year. They were very cool.
They were super. Yeah.
They were super cool.
Super cool.
All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550. Joe's got some Bills trivia we can all play along with coming up on WGR. Any impressions of yesterday? I got one for you. I got one big one, and it'll shock precisely 0 people to know that it's about wide receiver.
Is it Bell?
It's Bell.
Because Bell was the story for me, and I thought he looked really good. He did lead them in rushing and receiving. Which is nice.
You know what he had? He had a Xavier Worthy game, by the way, which Worthy might have done this 3 times in his life. Run for 20 and catch 5 or 6 passes for not that much, but end up with 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the Xavier Worthy AFC Championship game. Not like Xavier Worthy has the book on that, but whatever.
He just looked like a receiver who knew how to get open. He was playing backups, so that's
right,
good.
that's
He
right.
is a backup.
Preseason pledge style, but
yeah.
Did you see anyone saying, well, you know who he looks like?
Oh, I did. Yes, I did.
You know who he
I
looks
wanted
like.
to yell at him, but I didn't.
I also.
It was this morning that I saw it at 4:30 in the morning. So I did not. I'm not gonna hammer him at 4:30 a.m. Let me wait an hour and maybe I'll do it then.
I also wanted to yell at the idea that you know who he looks like. You know who he looks like out there. And then I started watching more and more.
Can
And
tell
more
you
and
about
thought,
River.
I see why you say that, and I'll tell you why. We're talking Diggs here. Like, why did some people say? I'll tell you who he reminds me of is Diggs. If I could raise my hand and say why.
Okay.
Because the Bills have a receiver whose entire life isn't based on catch radius. Right?
Sure.
For 2 years, it was all the new guys were tall. And all the new guys were their jump ball winners and your Chase Claypool ideas.
Right.
And, yeah, a guy that's a regular-sized receiver that's also, like, using the full field.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Stephon Diggs did. That's Skylar Bell's not Steph Diggs, of course.
And there's a less than 1%, 5%. There's a very, 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 very low percent chance that he would ever become that.
He's a regular-sized receiver. He's a mid to late round draft pick. He had a lot of production in college. Bell did, so he might just be one of these guys where the measurables don't jump off the page. Which was Diggs.
That was Diggs.
It was Diggs.
Diggs was a 5th round pick.
Right, and he was not like some crazy burner or some crazy jumper.
Mm-hmm.
He was just like, oh, if you throw this guy the ball, you're going to do well.
The entire philosophy behind trading for this player is that it takes away any questions you have about the position. And that is not something that most teams can ever say. It's like 5 teams in the league can say, we've got a goalie, we know he's going to play in the play. Like, that is our guy. There's not that many of those guys, and this is one of them. And that can be a big load off not just your team on the ice. Like, that's very good for confidence in terms of defending and knowing what you've got back there. That's huge. But it's also, like, the general manager doesn't have to worry about it. Like, the coach doesn't have to be like, what am I going to get in net tonight? Are we going to be okay? Is our guy going to lose the game for us? Mm-hmm. With Hellebuyck, you know every night, just about, obviously there's going to be nights that everybody's got bad nights. 5 nights a year, Hellebuyck will have a bad night. But other than that, you know you're going to have a chance to win, and you've got about a 25% chance that he's just going to dominate and win the game for you. And that is not what they have now. What they have now is there's a 75% chance you're going to be having a pretty good game that's going to give you a chance to win, and maybe 10% of the time your guy's going to win it for you. This changes that math, and that can be very valuable. Whether it's valuable enough to pay the price that they've been asking, which I think has to go down now, that's the question.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Gorfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
But I also think this is set up here for Shedeur. I mean, if Deshaun, once he fails, Shedor's going to jump into this thing, and he's going to be the guy, and this city is going to be behind him.
Yeah. So you think he'll fail?
Yeah, and it's going to happen. I mean, Shedor's playing this year. I think all three of these guys. I think Gabriel's going to have a chance to play as well. But this is such a young roster with a lot of changing parts and a lot of new guys. So
Ryan Fitzpatrick on the Browns-Patriots broadcast. Watson will fail. Sanders will play. Herb Street said he's up for second chances for Deshaun Watson. It's his fifth season with the Browns.
Yeah. He's been there a long time.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was a kind of a gross take, honestly, from Herb Street. But I imagine Watson's going to be done in the league very shortly here. And we'll stop thinking about him on a year-to-year basis like we've kind of been doing with the Browns. Want some trivia?
Yeah.
I've got Bills-related trivia that is, we'll say, inspired by Skylar Bell. What's a good number for Bell this year in catches, by the way? Would be a good result?
30.
30? If he got to 30, that would make him one of 8. Well, that would make him the 9th. Bills drafted rookie receivers with 15 or more catches in a season. Since 2000. I won't make you go further back than 2000.
Okay, rookie receivers with 15 catches in a season.
More than 15.
More than 15 since 2000. Okay.
Drafted by the Bills.
Yep. Okay. Sammy Watkins.
Number 1 with 65.
Lee Evans.
Number 2 with 48.
Keon Coleman.
32.
Josh Reed.
Yes, 37. I was wondering if you could get him. Because that was 25 years ago now.
Yeah. Is Peerless Price on this list?
No.
He's a second-round pick?
Might have just been before.
Okay.
Might have been before 2000.
He also might have...
Let me look him up.
He also might not have had that many catches in his rookie season. Might have waited.
Peerless Price, as a rookie for the Bills, drafted in the second round, had 31 catches in 1999. So if I had gone 1 year earlier,
just too early.
Price would have been correct.
Fair. Gabe Davis.
He is the only day 3 pick on this list.
That's 5. So there are 3 more?
Yep.
3 more. I mean, I don't think Stevie Johnson had that many in his rookie season. He was kind of kept behind other guys for a little while here, but...
He had 10.
Yeah.
Less.
All right, so other receivers drafted by the Bills. Eric Moulds is too far back.
Yep. That's too many.
We've got
or
5.
Too far back.
3 more guys with 30 catches as a rookie.
Yep. 15. More than 15.
Sorry, 15 catches as a rookie.
You said 30 for Bell, which would be double.
Yeah. You said what's a good season?
Yeah,
30.
that's right.
More rookies and what they did. And they're day 1 or day 2 guys, right?
There is no other day 3 pick. I also have the list of day 3 rookie receivers to catch any passes since that amount of time, but there are a couple deep pulls there. You'd have really had to go into the memory bank on that one.
Sure. So there's other like second-round receivers here that I'm... Boy, who would they be?
Zay Jones on this list?
Zay
29
Jones, yes.
For Zay Jones. You do have a third-round pick on this list.
TJ Sanders.
What?
No, TJ Graham.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say.
Sorry, TJ Graham.
Where's TJ Graham on here?
He might not have done it.
I don't have him having any.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
How's that possible?
Marquise Goodwin.
Wait 1 second. Marquise Goodwin, correct.
Marquise Goodwin.
TJ Graham.
31 catches his rookie season.
Okay, we've got a Pro Football Reference problem here.
Yeah, they list him as a tight end.
Why he's listed as a tight end?
No idea. He was not a tight end,
and it keeps him off the list, which should not. So that's correct.
I see it. His page, they list him as a tight end in his rookie season, and then a receiver.
But he wasn't even like a big receiver.
No,
so
he was nothing close to a tight end.
That's a tight.
Never. Think of him like a tight end.
I mean, someone at Pro Football Reference is about to get the oddest email today. Like, hey.
Yeah.
You guys made a mistake on this receiver from 14 years ago's page as a rookie.
Robert Woods.
Ooh,
40.
That's a good one.
Nice.
I think you got them all.
Okay.
I mean, you could try to guess there's a couple day 3. The Bills have had in 26 years, they have had 7 receivers drafted in day 3 to catch a pass in their rookie season. Is that not incredible?
Whoa.
What is it?
7 total wide receivers.
Day 3 picks?
That were day 3 picks caught a pass in their rookie year for the Bills.
Wow.
Huh.
It just never happens.
They just don't have that happen.
So the guys on that list are Shakir, Reggie Germany, Stevie Johnson, Ray McLeod, Sam Aiken, and Fast Freddie Smith.
Wow.
Fast Freddie Smith.
But 7 guys total in 26 years. They just don't draft day 3 receivers, I guess. That's the point there.
There's been a solid decade where that might have been a little bit lacking.
Yeah.
How many snaps in his career has Cedric Van Pran Granger played?
I'm gonna guess it's not many. He is a center and a center only, and I'm pretty sure they've been pretty healthy there, so I'm gonna guess he's played like less than 100.
Okay.
Do you know the answer?
He's in the 3rd year of a 4-year deal.
He was a 5th-round pick?
Yep, 5th-round pick.
I remember Joe Marino really liking him when he was drafted.
Everybody seems to really like him. He just never is going to play.
In his entire Bills career. I mean, he might not make the team.
I almost wonder, if Josh Allen did not make a phone call about Connor McGovern, was Cedric Van Pran Granger going to be their starting center?
Oh, man, I don't know. I mean, they did also bring in another experienced starting center over top of him. Right? McGovern might not be there week 1, and he will not be the starting center.
Right. It's just a point about, like, you draft a guy in that spot, if he becomes your backup center for 4 years, you didn't get anything out of it.
Yeah,
if you drafted Puka Nacua, and I realize it's a tough comparison, but you saved like $150 million.
Uh-huh. Yep. So. He's played 217 snaps in his career, and 140 of them have been in Week 18s.
Wow.
So he plays the final game that doesn't matter, basically, in his
He's
career
their depth
so far.
that they'll maybe never use, maybe this year, maybe next year. But people do seem to like him.
Well, I mean, what after a rookie contract is over? I mean, they just paid McGovern, so yeah, he probably doesn't factor in.
Maybe he kind of plays out his contract here, and some pro personnel guy likes him, and he gets a real contract to be a starter somewhere.
But that's the right point, because if Bell goes off in even if it's 30 catches, or maybe they do get really lucky, like some of these teams get, and he doesn't have to be Puka, but he catches 60 passes, and he's just great. He's gonna be a great receiver. How much money you save in doing that for over 4 years total?
$100 million.
Because you'll save a lot per year, but total on the length of a deal, you're going to save an insane amount of money. And if you draft a Skylar Bell every year, you just be more likely to get those guys.
Kayshon Boutte to Houston.
See what Vrabel said about him today?
That he was going to be a healthy scratch.
He said he wasn't going to play. Yeah.
Kyle Hamilton keeps getting open for them, by the way. Kyle Williams. He connected with a touchdown with Tommy DeVito, who is now in New England.
Yep.
All right. What else? I've got a mock trade for Connor Hellebuck. This comes from Ice Metrics.
Ice Metrics. I've seen
McLeod, Ellis, Adam Kleber, 1st and 2nd round pick.
McLeod, Ellis, Kleber, 1st and 2nd round pick.
Yep.
Fine.
I'm done with that. Yeah,
send that in right now.
I got no issue with that. You get to keep all the good young forwards and like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
The only thing that will do, and I made the case for this earlier, that you will take on is a situation where Hellebuck and UPL are coexisting on the same team for some amount of time, but maybe it's no amount of time. Maybe they just spin Lukin in for a second just to do it the next day. You just figure out anywhere to send him.
I think that has to come. If this deal happens and Lukinen's not included, I would just be stunned if Luukkonen isn't hitting the ejector button. It's just not. It wouldn't
No,
make
I know.
any sense for him.
But he might not have a choice. If he doesn't want to go to Winnipeg, it's all right, like you're just going to be on the team until the trade deadline, and then when Edmonton needs a goalie inevitably, because they always
Right.
do, then we'll send you there.
Right, exactly. That's true. Is it might not be up to him. He might say, "Trade me now," and the Sabres will say, "We tried, and you said no."
And no one else wants a goalie yet.
And we tried to trade you, and you didn't want to do it.
So hang
you're
out,
stuck.
play a game every other week, and then when someone needs a goalie, we'll call you.
Right.
Quick correction. Jack points out via Twitter, we forgot Roscoe Parrish.
He had 50. I think we were doing more than 15.
Oh, all right.
He had 15.
Then we did not. He had 15.
That makes sense.
Extendo Sports coming up. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show to follow.
All right, I'm going to be off for a couple weeks. I'm expecting Connor Hellebuck to be a Sabre.
When you get back, there's a new goalie, you think, huh?
I think so. And it'll be like preseason time by then.
Yeah, so the next day you're here, is it after the Bills play the Texans?
The week of the Lions game.
So yeah.
You're
gone until the regular season.
Yeah.
We will next hear from you on pregame for Houston.
I think I got to check the date on that. It's either pregame for Houston or it's postgame the next day.
Monday morning the 14th?
Yeah.
All right. I think I only have one fan. No, I got at least 2 drafts with you.
We have our Stake League draft.
Yeah, we have a Guillotine League draft.
I've tried to keep my Seinfeld theme for all my team names with T-Bone.
From the Marble Rise to T-Bone?
Yeah. When George wanted to be nicknamed T-Bone, and instead they nicknamed him Coco the Monkey.
Right.
We have that draft, and then what's our other one? We got a Guillotine draft. I've already done my one Guillotine League. Do we have another Guillotine?
No, just a Guillotine.
Just Guillotine.
Your T-Bone team. Interesting. You're in a
no. T-Bone is the Stake League.
Oh, that's the Stake League draft.
So,
okay.
Yeah, Marble Rise is the Guillotine League.
Okay.
I think you're forgetting something.
I believe
the
Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
Yes.
Odyssey?
The Odyssey. It's not the Odyssey.
Odyssey. I don't know why I want to say Odyssey.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. I don't know why you want to do that.
Yeah. I don't know either.
The Odyssey.
Yeah.
The Odyssey.
All right.
What else?
That'll be a long dynasty draft.
Indeed.
Are we going to draft?
That is one of my 3 drafts tomorrow.
Are we going to draft teams to bang the drum to lead the charge?
Yes.
We'll have to do that.
Bring back the drum.
Bang the
banger?
drum and
well,
Bills and Sabres.
Bang the drum, no, not to the playoffs. But for the Bills,
well, the opener could be interesting.
That'd be one bet, yeah.
Just one.
Ryan Miller in a Colorado Avalanche jersey.
He explained why he did that.
Yeah,
and it was just so he could golf, right?
It was a favor to a buddy who was like, "I'll give you a nice round."
John Michael Lyles.
Yes,
was his buddy from Michigan State.
Yeah, it seemed like a fair trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's gonna? I mean, Marv is the dream, right, for the opener.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
If it's tenable.
Yes.
They didn't have him at the closing, though, which is the one thing that makes me think that might not be tenable.
Yeah, no, but that's a Week 18 game where Allen's not even playing, and
they showed on the broadcast last night highlights of people shoveling out the seats and stuff, and I got nostalgic for the old stadium in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
In there, just doing what we do.
Yep,
and we don't live there anymore.
Yeah,
I got nostalgic for it, but.
Lots of that going around on social media.
Yeah.
Just on TikTok, everything.
Well, now, honestly, it's a little bit like, your phone will just pop like, oh, this day 10 years ago, and it was a Bills preseason game under the lights that I must have gone to, and I'm thinking, it's kind of like seeing my old dogs.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I remember Hank.
Right.
Hey, buddy, miss you, man. Getting that about stadiums now? What the heck? What's wrong with me? Anyway. Tonight, a feast of football, if you want it.
Yep.
Who's Manchester United play this week?
Who will they lose to this week? They play. I saw today's the anniversary of when they beat Arsenal 8-2.
I remember that. I was in Hilton Head.
Today,
I watched that game.
Man City against Crystal Palace is today at 3.
Okay.
United plays Sunday at 11:30 against Ipswich.
Oof.
And then Arsenal on Monday against
Villa.
And then tomorrow, of course, college football is back.
Best game tomorrow? It's not Belichick, is it?
Belichick against TCU in Ireland. It's either that or you got USC against San Jose State.
NC State, Virginia is a pretty solid game.
That's maybe the better one.
Hawaii, Stanford.
I need Hawaii. I need Hawaii at 1 a.m. or I'm not watching.
Wait until Tom Brady sues for eligibility to play with Bill Belichick at the college level.
I saw all the conferences are making it illegal for these 3 guys on a one-time ruling to come play in college football.
Yeah. Okay. UB's opener is less than a week away. They host Albany on Thursday the 3rd.
Mm-hmm. Do they have a big game on the road somewhere? Don't they? Penn State, right? Yeah, Penn State. September 19th.
We should go to that.
UB versus Penn State?
Yeah, we should go to that. By the way, Prices of Bills tickets. Go ahead and check the price to get in, the get-in price for the opener. You know what it's down? Nearly $150. Cheapest seat to the opener is $510 at last check. It was like $670.
Yeah.
Maybe all those stories about secondary market prices weren't all that reliable.
Or people weren't biting on
Right, the price is down. Guess people don't love the team anymore. Anyway. All right, that's it for us. We're back. Joe's off for a bit. I'm back Monday morning. Nate's filling in a lot next week. So, if you want Nate, he'll be here. We'll yell about stuff.
Nate, who won a longest drive and closest to the pin yesterday.
It's obnoxious.
At a tournament. I hate him.
That's obnoxious. You can't write your name on both cards. All right, see ya.